Hi guys, and welcome to Gas City Gaming's Warhammer 40k 8th edition index review videos. In this video we'll be taking a look at the big one, Codex Imperium 1, Everything Space Marine and Adeptus Astartes. In this video what we're going to be doing is basically like you are going into your local shop to have a look at the preview codexes that they have so you can decide what army to buy. I'm going to be going through everything with you. We're going to start off by going through the points values and wargear details. So when we go through the unit data cards, we're going to be skipping over the weapon details in those to save you a little time watching this and to save me a little time making it. But first things first, let's have a look at our Space Marine point values for the units themselves. Now a quick note, these things do not include, as a default, the cost for the wargear. Now, when we get down to the wargear, you'll see that some of it is free, like basic bolt weapons, but not all of it is for sure. For example, like your missile launchers or power swords, things like that. And only thing that have their included wargear in the cost, usually anyway, are named characters, which you can see on the picture there on the bottom right. So let's get right to it. Our HQs, so our basic kind of customizable HQs. Our captain is 74 points. Our captain in Catapracti armor is 126. Captain in Gravis armor is 102 points. Captain in Terminator armor is 122. Captain on a bike's 98. A captain with a jump pack's 93. Chaplain is 72 points. Chaplain in Terminator armor is 115 points. Chaplain on a bike is 95 points. Chaplain with a jump pack is 90. A Land Raider Excelsior is 300 points. A Librarian is 93 points. Librarian in Terminator armor is 145. Librarian on a bike is 119 points. Librarian with a jump pack is 116 points. Primaris Lieutenants are 70 points each for 1 to 2. Tech Marine is 58 points. A Rhino Primaris is 100 points. A Tech Marine on a bike is 70 points. So that's all of our HQ choices. Our troop choices, a Crusader Squad in a unit of 5 to 10 are 13 points each, and Neophytes from 0 to 10 are 11 points each. An Intercessor Squad of 5 is 20 points each. A Scout Squad of 5 to 10 is 11 points each. A Tactical Squad of 5 to 10 Marines is 13 points each. Dedicated Transports, a Drop Pod is 103 points. Landspeeder Storm is 80 points. A Razorback 65 points, and a Rhino 70 points. Kind of cool that Razorbacks are cheaper, in my opinion. Elites, an Apothecary is 55 points. A Apothecary on a bike is 80 points. Catapracti Terminator Squad, a squad of 5 to 10 is 30 points each. A Centurion Assault Squad of 3 to 6 models is 73 points each. A Chapter Ancient is 72 points. A Chapter Champion is 65 points. A Company Ancient is 63 points. Company Ancient on a bike is 88 points. A Company Champion is 56 points. A Company Champion on a bike is 80 points. Company Veterans in a unit of 2 to 5 are 16 points. Company Veterans on bikes in a unit of 2 to 5 are 34 points each. A Contemptor Dreadnought is 98 points. Damned Legionnaires in a unit of 5 to 10 are 25 points each. A Dreadnought is 70 points. Honor Guard in a unit of 2 are 21 points each. An Imperial Space Marine is 60 points. Ironclad Dreadnought is 120 points. A Primaris Ancient is 69 points. Servitors in a unit of 4 are 2 points each. A Sternguard Veteran Squad of 5 to 10 is 16 points each. Tartarus Terminator Squad, a unit of 5 to 10, is 31 points each. A Terminator Assault Squad in a unit of 5 to 10 is 31 points each. A Terminator Squad in a unit of 5 to 10 is 26 points each. Tyrannic War Veterans in a unit of 4 to 10 are 16 points each. Vanguard Veteran Squad in a unit of 5 to 10 is 16 points each. Vanguard Veteran Squad with jump packs in a unit of 5 to 10 are 18 points each. And a Venerable Dreadnought is 90 points. Now for our fast attack choices, I don't know why this little thing is there. For our fast attack choices, Assault Squad, a unit of 5 to 10 is 13 points each. Assault Squad with jump packs, a unit of 5 to 10 are 16 points each. Attack Bike Squad, a unit of 1 to 3 is 45 points each. A Bike Squad with 3 to 8 bikes and is 31 points each, and you can add an attack bike for 45 points. An Inceptor Squad in a unit of 3 is 45 points each. Land Speeders, a unit of 1 to 3 are 80 points each. And a Scout Bike Squad, a unit of 3 to 9 is 25 points each. For Flyers, a Stormhawk Interceptor is 85 points, a Storm Raven Gunship is 172 points, and a Storm Talon Gunship is 110 points. Our Heavy Support, a Centurion Devastator Squad, a unit of 3 to 6 is 65 points. A Devastator Squad in a unit of 5 to 10 is 13 points each, and you can take an Armorium Cherub for 5 points. A Hellblaster squad in a unit of 5 is 20 points each. A Hunter is 90 points, a Land Raider is 239 points, Land Raider Crusader is 244, and a Land Raider Redeemer is also 244 points. A Predator is 102 points, a Stalker is 90 points, Thunderfire Cannon is 28 points, Tech Marine Gunner is 36 points, Vindicator is 160 points, and a Whirlwind is 90 points. So I'm just going to pause here for 2 seconds. One thing is, the reason I'm not comparing these points values to old points values is, when you have a new edition, especially one that's changed as drastically as this has, it's pretty much a whole new game. Because when we do wounds the way we're doing wounds now, when we do damage and hit the way we're hitting now, it's pretty much a new game, so we really can't compare. It's comparing apples to oranges, in my opinion, so it's not fair to compare one to the other when it's two completely different game systems, essentially. But now we get on to our named characters. Let's scroll down, let that go away. Yeah, just a line on that picture, I guess. We get to our named characters. So all of our named characters, these points now, include the model's Wargear. So for all our named characters that are going to follow here, they all include Wargear. So Captain Lysander is 150 points. Captain Sicarius is 132 points. Cenobite Servitors are 2 points. Chaplain Cassius is 138 points. Chaplain Grimaldus is 120. Chief Librarian Tigurius is 130 points. The Emperor's Champion is 108 points. High Marshal Helbrecht is 170 points. Kavan Shrike is 150 points. Corsaro Khan is 107 points. Corsaro Khan on Moondriken is 132 points. Marneus Calgar is 250. Somebody else there is 235 points. I can't quite make that out. Artificer Armored something is 230 points. Well, the same guy in Artificer Armor is 235 points. Pedro Cantor is 170 points. Rabute Guliman himself is 360 points. He's a bit of a monster, though, we'll see. Sergeant Cronus is 58 points. Sergeant Telion is 89 points. Vulcan Heston is 154 points. And so that's all those characters include their Wargear. And last we have our Lords of War. The Terminus Ultra is 400 points for one model. So our ranged weapons and some melee weapons and other Wargear are point cost. Now these point costs are per model that they're taken on. So if a data card says that this entire unit may replace X with Y, this is the cost per Y that you give that model, or models. So an Assault Bolter is 15 points. An Assault Cannon, we'll scroll up so you guys can see this. An Assault Cannon is 21 points, and a Astartes Grenade Launcher is 11 points. Astartes Shotgun is free, Bolt Pistols are free, Bolt Rifles are free, Bolt Guns are free. A Bolt Storm Gauntlet is 25 points, and a Saturnian Missile Launcher is 25 points. A Cerberus Launcher is 5 points, a Combi Bolter is 2 points, Combi Flamer is 11, Combi Grav is 17, Combi Melta is 19, Combi Plasma is 15. A Conversion Beamer is 20 points, Cyclone Missile Launcher is 50, Deathwind Launcher 5, Demolisher Cannon is free, Disintegration Combi Gun is free, Disintegration Pistol is free, a Flamer is 9 points, a Flamestorm Cannon is 30 points, Frag Grenades are free, a Grav Pistol is 8 points, Grav Cannon and Grav Amp are 28 points, a Grav Gun is 15 points, Grenade Harness is 8 points, Heavy Bolter is 10 points, a Heavy Flamer 17 points, Heavy Plasma Cannon's 30 points, Hunter Killer Missile is 6 points, Hurricane Bolter's 4 points, a Icarus Storm Cannon is 17 points, a Kiri's Pattern Assault Cannon is 25 points, a Crack Grenade is free, Las Talon is 40 points, Las Cannon is 25 points, Mastercrafted Auto Bolt Rifle is 4 points, Mastercrafted Bolt Gun is 3 points, Melt-A-Bombs are 5 points, a Melt-A-Gun is 17 points, Missile Launcher is 25 points, Multi-Melta is 27 points, an Orbital Array is 50 points, a Plasma Blaster is 17 points, Plasma Cannon is 21. Plasma Cutter, I believe that says, is 7 points. Plasma Gun is 13 points. A Plasma Incinerator is 18 points. Plasma Pistol is 7 points. A Predator Autocannon is 49 points. A Reaper Autocannon is 18 points. Skyhammer Missile Launcher is 24 points. And a Sky Spear Missile Launcher is 30 points. Ranged weapons, some more. A Sniper Rifle is 4 points. Special Issue Bolt Gun is 3 points. Storm Bolter is 2 points. Storm Strike Missile Launcher is 21 points. A Thunderfire Cannon is 30 points. A Twin Assault Cannon is 35 points. Twin Auto Cannon is 33 points. Twin Bolt Gun is 2 points. Twin Heavy Bolter is 17 points. Twin Heavy Flamer is 34 points. Twin heavy plasma cannon is 34 points. Twin las cannon is 50. Twin multi-melta is 54 points. Twin plasma gun is 20 points. A Typhoon missile launcher is 50 points. A Volkite charger is 6 points. Whirlwind Castellan launcher is 25 points. Whirlwind Vengeance launcher is 34 points. And wrist-mounted grenade launchers are 4 points. So that's all our cost for ranged weapons. Our melee weapons are as follows. A Chain Fist is 22 points. A Chain Sword is free. A Champion's Blade is free. A Combat Knife is free. Crozius Arcanum is free. A Dreadnought Chain Fist is 46 points. A Dreadnought Combat Weapon on the Ironclad Dreadnought is free. A Dreadnought Combat Weapon on other models is 40 points. An Eviscerator is 22 points. A Force Axe is 16. A Force Stave is 14. A Force Sword is 12 points. A single Lightning Claw costs 9 points, and a pair is 13. Mastercrafted Power Sword is 10 points. Power Axe is 5 points. Power Fist is 20. Power Lance is 4 points. Power Maul is 4 points. And a Power Sword is 4 points. Relic Blade is 21 points. A Seismic Hammer is 48 points. Servo Arm is 12 points. Siege Drills are free. Thunder Hammer on characters is 25 points. And a Thunder Hammer on other models is 20 points. Camo Cloaks are 3 points. Combat Shields are 4. Storm Shield on a character is 15 points. And a Storm Shield on other models is 5 points. And Teleport Homers are free. So let's get to the details on some of their war gear. So details are the details on the weapon, its strength, its AP value, its damage, and any special rules that it may have. So again, don't forget when we're going over the models, we are not going to be going over these on the individual models just to save some time in filming, but the space will be time-stamped so you can skip back and forth as you please. So an Assault Bolter, let's scroll down, we can see the whole page. The Assault Bolter is 18-inch range, Assault 3, Strength 5, AP -1 and 1 damage. The Assault Cannon is 24-inch, Heavy 6, Strength 6, AP -1 and 1 damage. The Stardy's Grenade Launcher, when attacking with this weapon, choose one of the profiles. And a Frag Grenade, 24-inch range, Assault D6, Strength 3, AP nothing and 1 damage. Or it can do a Crack Grenade, at 24-inch range, Assault 1, Strength 6, AP -1 and D3 damage. And Stardy's Shotgun is 12-inch range, Assault 2, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. If it's within half range, add 1 to this weapon's strength. Bolt Pistol is 12-inch range, Pistol 1, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. A Bolt Rifle is 30-inch range, Rapid Fire 1, Strength 4, AP -1 and 1 damage. A Bolt Gun is a 24-inch range, Rapid Fire 1, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. A Bolt Storm Gauntlet, for shooting, is a 12-inch range, Pistol 3, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. A Centurion Missile Launcher is 36-inch range, Assault D3, Strength 8, AP -2 and D3 damage. A Cerberus Launcher has an 18-inch range, Heavy D6, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. A Combi Bolter is 24-inch range, this is the bolter half of it, Rapid Fire 2, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. A Combi Flamer, so when shooting this weapon, choose one of the profiles. The first one is the Bolt Gun profile, the second is 8-inch range, Assault D6, Strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage, and it automatically hits its target D6 times. Combi Grav, so we have the Grav Gun half, is 18-inch range, Rapid Fire 1, Strength 5, AP -3 and 1 damage. If the target has a save characteristic of 3+ or better, this weapon has a damage characteristic of D3. A Combi Melta, so the Melta Gun half, is a 12-inch range, Assault 1, Strength 8, AP -4, D6 damage. If the target's within half range, roll 2 dice for the damage and discard the lowest. Combi Plasma, the Plasma Gun half, is a 24-inch range, Rapid Fire 1, Strength 7, AP -3 and 1 damage. See Plasma Gun, because you can also fire it in its alternate supercharged mode, which gives it Strength 8, AP -3 and 2 damage, but on a hit roll of 1, the bearing model is slain. The Conversion Beamer has a 42-inch range, a Heavy D3, Strength 6, AP nothing, 1 damage, and says attacks from the Conversion Beamer that target enemies at over half its range are resolved at Strength 8, AP -1 and 2 damage. A Cyclone Missile Launcher has 2 profiles, either a Frag Missile, a 36-inch range, Heavy 2D3, Strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage, or a Crack Missile, 36-inch range, Heavy 2, Strength 8, AP -2 and D6 damage. A Deathwind Launcher is 12-inch range, Assault D6, Strength 5, AP nothing, 1 damage. A Demolisher Cannon is 24-inch range, Heavy D3, Strength 10, AP -3 and D6 damage. When attacking a unit with 5 or more models, change this weapon's type to Heavy D6. A disintegration combi gun. The disintegration half is 18-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 5, AP -3, and D6 damage. Disintegration pistols, a 9-inch range, pistol 1, strength 5, AP -3, and D6 damage. A flamer is an 8-inch range, assault D6, strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage, and this weapon automatically hits its target D6 times. Flamestorm cannon is 8-inch range, heavy D6, strength 6, AP -2, 2 damage, and it automatically hits its targets D6 times. A frag grenade is a 6-inch range, grenade D6, strength 3, AP nothing, and 1 damage. And grav pistol is a 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 5, AP -3, 1 damage. If its target has a save characteristic of 3+ or better, this weapon has a damage characteristic of D3. Grav Cannon Grav Amp is a 24-inch range, heavy 4, strength 5, AP -3, 1 damage. If the target has a save characteristic of 3+ or better, this weapon has a damage characteristic of D3. Now we go on to our second page. Grav Gun, 18-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 5, AP -3, 1 damage. If the target has a 3+ save or better, it does D3 damage. Grenade Harness is a 12-inch range, assault D6, strength 4, AP 1, 1 damage. Heavy Bolter is a 36-inch range, heavy 3, strength 5, AP -1, and 1 damage. Heavy Flamer is an 8-inch range, heavy D6, strength 5, AP -1, and 1 damage, and it automatically hits its targets D6 times. Heavy Plasma Cannon has 2 firing modes, a 36-inch range, heavy D3, strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage, or a Supercharge mode, which is 36-inch range, heavy D3, strength 8, AP -3, and 2 damage, but for each hit roll of 1, for each hit roll of 1, the bearer suffers 1 mortal wound after all its weapon's shots have been resolved. A Hunter-Killer Missile is 48-inch range, heavy 1, strength 8, AP -2, and D6 damage. A model can only fire each of its Hunter-Killer Missiles once per battle. Hurricane Bolter is 24-inch range, rapid fire 6, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. An Icarus Storm Cannon is 48-inch range, heavy 3, strength 7, AP -1, and 2 damage. Add 1 to hit rolls for this weapon against targets that can fly, subtract 1 made for this weapon against all other targets. Kiri's Pattern Assault Cannon is 24-inch range, heavy 6, strength 7, AP -1, and 1 damage. Crack Grenade is a 6-inch range, heavy grenade 1, strength 6, AP -1, and D3 damage. A Las Talon is 24-inch range, heavy 2, strength 9, AP -3, D6 damage. A Las Cannon is 48-inch range, heavy 1, strength 9, AP -3, and D6 damage. A Mastercrafted Auto Bolt Rifle is a 24-inch range, assault 2, strength 4, AP nothing, 2 damage. A Mastercrafted Bolt Gun is a 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. A Melt-A-Bomb is a 4-inch range, grenade 1, strength 8, AP -4, and D6 damage. A Melt-A-Gun is a 12-inch range, assault 1, strength 8, AP -4, and D6 damage. If the target's within half range, roll 2d6 for damage and discard the lowest. A missile launcher has 2 profiles. It can either fire a frag missile for 48-inch range, heavy D6, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage, or a crack missile at 48-inch range, heavy 1, strength 8, AP -2, and D6 damage. A Multi-Melta is a 24-inch range, heavy 1, strength 8, AP -4, D6 damage. If the target's within half range, roll 2 dice for damage and discard the lowest. An Orbital Ray is a 72-inch range, heavy D3, strength 10, AP -4, and D6 damage. It can only be fired once per battle. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the bearer. When target units has 10 models or more, change this weapon type to heavy D6. A Plasma Blaster has 2 different profiles. You can choose one. The standard is an 18-inch range, assault 2, strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage. Or you can supercharge it for an 18-inch, assault 2, strength 8, AP -3, and 2 damage. That says on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain after all this weapon's shots have been resolved. A Plasma Cannon has 2 profiles. Standard, which is a 36-inch range, heavy D3, strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage. Or Supercharge, which is 36-inch range, heavy D3, strength 8, AP -3, and 2 damage. On a roll of 1, the bearer is slain after the weapon's attacks are resolved. A Plasma Cutter has 2 profiles. Standard is 12-inch range, assault 1, strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage. Supercharge is 12-inch range, assault 1, strength 8, AP -3, and 1 damage. And on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain. A Plasma Gun has its standard and supercharged mode. Standard is 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage. Supercharged, 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 8, AP negative 3, and 2 damage, and on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain after all this weapon's shots have been resolved. Plasma Incinerator says when attacking with this weapon, choose one of the following profiles. Standard is a 30-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 7, AP negative 3, and 1 damage. Supercharged is a 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 8, AP negative 3, and 2 damage, and on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain after its shots have been resolved. A Plasma Pistol is a 12-inch range pistol, which has 2 profiles, strength 7, AP negative 3, and 1 damage, or strength 8, AP negative 3, 2 damage, and on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain. A Predator Autocannon is a 48-inch range, heavy 2d3, strength 7, AP negative 1, and 3 damage. And our Reaper Autocannon is a 36-inch range, heavy 4, strength 7, AP negative 1, and 1 damage. So continuing on our ranged weapons. So our Sky Hunter Missile Launcher is a Sky Hammer Missile Launcher, sorry, is a 60-inch range, heavy 3, strength 7, AP negative 1, and D3 damage. You add 1 to hit rolls against flyers and subtract 1 against everything else. A Sky Spear Missile Launcher is a 60-inch range, heavy 1, strength 9, AP negative 3, and D6 damage. And you add 1 on hit rolls against flyers, and you can re-roll failed hit rolls for this weapon. A Sniper Rifle is 36-inch range, heavy 1, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. You can target characters with it, even if they're not the closest enemy unit. If you roll a wound on a wound roll of 6+ for this weapon, it inflicts a mortal wound in addition to its normal damage. A Special Issue Bolt Gun is a 30-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP negative 2, and 1 damage. A Storm Bolter is 24-inch range, rapid fire 2, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. A Storm Strike Missile Launcher is 72-inch range, heavy 1, strength 8, AP negative 3, and 3 damage. A Thunderfire Cannon is a 60-inch range, heavy 4d3, strength 5, AP nothing, and 1 damage. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the firing model. Twin Assault Cannon is 24-inch range, heavy 12, strength 6, AP negative 1, and 1 damage. A Twin Autocannon is a heavy 4, strength 7, AP negative 1, and 2 damage. A Twin Bolt Gun is 24-inch range, rapid fire 2, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. A Twin Heavy Bolter is 36-inch range, heavy 6, strength 5, AP negative 1, and 1 damage. A Twin Heavy Flamer is 8-inch range, assault 2d6, strength 5, AP negative 1, and 1 damage, and it automatically hits its targets 2d6 times. A Twin Heavy Plasma Cannon is standard and supercharged, has 36-inch range, heavy 2d3, strength 7, AP negative 3, and 1 damage. Or supercharged is heavy 2d3, strength 8, negative 3 AP, and 2 damage. On a hit roll of 1, the bearer suffers 1 mortal wound after the shots have been resolved. A Twin Las Cannon is a 48-inch range, heavy 2, strength 9, AP negative 3, and d6 damage. A Twin Multi-Melta is heavy 2, strength 8, AP negative 4, and d6 damage. If it's within half range, roll 2 dice for damage and discard the lowest. A Twin Plasma Gun has 2 profiles. They are both it's standard and supercharged. Both are 24-inch range, rapid fire 2. The standard is strength 7, AP negative 3, and 1 damage. The supercharged is strength 8, AP negative 3, and 2 damage. And on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain after all this weapon's shots have been resolved. A Typhoon Missile Launcher has 2 profiles. Frag missiles are 48-inch range, heavy 2d6, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. Crack missiles are a 48-inch range, heavy 2, strength 8, AP negative 2, and d6 damage. A Volkite Charger is 15-inch range, heavy 2, strength 5, AP nothing, and 2 damage. Whirlwind Castellan Launcher, 72-inch range, heavy 2d6, strength 6, AP nothing, and 1 damage. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the firing model. A Whirlwind Vengeance Launcher is 72-inch range, heavy 2d3, strength 7, AP negative 1, 2 damage, and this weapon can target units that are not visible to the firing model. Wrist-Mounted Grenade Launcher is 12-inch range, assault d3, strength 4, AP 1, oh, there's our typo, AP I think it's supposed to be negative 1, and 1 damage. Melee weapons, our Bolt Storm Gauntlet, we had arranged, this is in melee, is strength times 2, AP negative 3, and d3 damage, and you must subtract 1 from the hit rolls. A Chain Fist is strength times 2, AP negative 4, and 2 damage, and you must subtract 1 for the hit rolls. A Chain Sword is strength user, AP nothing, and 1 damage, and you can make an additional attack with it. A Champion's Blade is strength user, AP negative 2, and 1 damage, and you can make an additional attack with it. A combat knife is strength user, AP nothing, and 1 damage, and you can make an additional attack with it one more time. A Crozius Arcanum is strength +1, AP -1, and 2 damage. A Dreadnought Chain Fist is strength ×2, AP -4, and 4 damage. That's vicious. A Dreadnought Combat Weapon is strength ×2, AP -3, and 3 damage. An Eviscerator is strength ×2, AP -4, and D3 damage. When attacking with this weapon, you must subtract 1 from the hit roll. A Force Axe is strength +1, AP -2, and D3 damage. A Force Stave is strength +2, AP -1, and D3 damage. A Force Sword is strength user, AP -3, and D3 damage. A Lightning Claw is strength user, AP -2, and 1 damage. You can reroll failed wound rolls with it. If a model is armed with 2 Lightning Claws, each time it fights, it can make 1 additional attack with them. Mastercrafted Power Sword is strength user, AP -3, and 2 damage. A Power Axe is strength +1, AP -2, and 1 damage. A Power Fist is strength ×2, AP -3, and D3 damage, and you must subtract 1 from the hit rolls. A Power Lance is strength +2, AP -1, and 1 damage. A Power Maul is strength +2, AP -1, and 1 damage. A Power Sword is strength user, AP -3, and 1 damage. A Relic Blade is strength +2, AP -3, and D3 damage. A Seismic Hammer is strength ×2, AP -4, and 5 damage. When attacking with this weapon, you must subtract 1 from the hit roll. A Servo Arm is strength ×2, AP -2, and 3 damage. Each servo arm can only be used to make 1 attack each time this model fights. When a model attacks with the weapon, you must subtract 1 from the hit roll. Siege Drills are strength ×2, AP -4, and 3 damage. A Thunder Hammer is strength ×2, AP -3, and 3 damage, and you must subtract 1 from the hit rolls. A Camo Cloak says, if every model in a unit has a camo cloak, you can add 2 to saving throws made for models in a unit when they have received the benefits of cover instead of 1. A Combat Shield gives a model a 5-up invuln save, and a Storm Shield gives a model a 3-up invuln save. Now we're going on to the Wargear that is chapter specific. There is a little bit, but not a ton. Most of it is what we've gone over before. And again, if you're going from the unit data cards, we won't be going over this there. We'll be going over this here. Again, these will be timestamped so you can see. Alright, so our Ultramarines Wargear. We have our Gauntlets of Ultramar in shooting, our 24-inch range, rapid fire 2, strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. A Hand of Dominion in shooting is a 24-inch range, rapid fire 3, strength 6, AP -1, and 2 damage. An Infernus has 2 weapon profiles. You can choose one or both. If you choose both, subtract all from the hit rolls for this weapon. A Flamer has an 8-inch range, assault D6, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage, and hits its target automatically D6 times. A Mastercrafted Bolt Gun is 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. And Quietus is 36-inch range, heavy 2, strength 4, AP -1, and D3 damage, and it may target a character even if it's not the closest enemy unit. The Emperor's Sword is strength +2, AP -4, and 3 damage. If you roll a wound roll of 6 for this weapon, it inflicts D3 mortal wounds in addition to its normal damage. So that could not feel good. That's Guilliman's weapon, his melee weapon. The Gauntlets of Ultramar in melee are strength ×2, AP -3, and D3 damage. The Hand of Dominion in melee is strength ×2, AP -3, and 3 damage. The Rod of Tigurius in melee is strength +3, AP -1, and D3 damage. And the Talisarian Tempest Blade in melee is strength user, AP -3, and D3 damage. Any wound rolls of 6 made for this weapon cause D3 mortal wounds instead of the normal damage. For the Imperial Fists Wargear, the Fists of Dorn are strength +6, AP -3, and 3 damage. The Crimson Fists have Dorn's Arrow, a ranged weapon with range 24-inch, assault 4, strength 4, AP -1, and 1 damage. The Black Templars have the Black Sword. It's a melee weapon with strength +2, AP -3, and D3 damage. You can reroll failed wound rolls when attacking with this weapon if the target is a character or a monster. They have the Sword of the High Marshals. Strength +1, AP -3, and D3 damage. Helbrecht can make D3 additional attacks with this weapon if he charged in this turn. In his turn, sorry. So Raven Guard Wargear. They have Raven's Talons, which are strength user, melee weapon, with strength user, AP -3, and D3 damage, and can reroll failed wound rolls for this weapon. The Salamanders Wargear, they have the Gauntlet of the Forge, 8-inch range, Assault D6, ranged weapon, Strength 5, AP -1, and 1 damage. This weapon automatically hits its targets D6 times. And the White Scars Wargear, they have Moonfang is a melee weapon with Strength User, AP -3, and D3 damage. This weapon has Strength ×2 if the target is a character. So now we're getting into the chapters that have a little bit more information. They'll have their own actual sections. Again, we won't be describing these... So we'll be describing these weapons here, but not in the data card reviews. So if you're coming from the data card reviews, welcome. If not, and if you want to see those, you can jump back to them. They'll be timestamped as well. So the Blood Angels points values for the units themselves. Now again, these will not include Wargear. The Ball Predator is 107 points. The Company Ancient with Jump Pack is 72 points. Company Champion with Jump Pack is 70 points. A unit of 2 to 5 Company Veterans with Jump Packs are 19 points. A unit of 5 to 15 Death Company are 17 points. A unit of 1 Death Company Dreadnought costs 128 points. Death Company with Jump Packs costs 5 to 15 points. A unit of 5 to 15 of them costs 20 points each. A Furioso Dreadnought costs 122 points. A Librarian Dreadnought costs 150. A unit of 4 to 10 Sanguinary Guard costs 22 points each. Sanguinary Guard Ancient costs 84 points. Sanguinary Novitiate with Jump Pack costs 60 points. Sanguinary Priest costs 69 points. And a Sanguinary Priest on a bike costs 94. A Sanguinary Priest with Jump Pack costs 86 points. And a Tech Marine with Jump Pack costs 91 points. A Terminator Ancient costs 108 points. So those are all the non-named units, but the units that are named that include the Wargear go like this. Astrath himself costs 143 points. Brother Corbulo costs 94 points. Captain Tycho is 95 points. Chief Librarian Mephiston is 145 points. Commander Dante is 215 points. Gabriel Seth is 135 points. Lamartes is 129 points. The Sanguinor is 170 points. And Tycho the Lost is 70 points. Their weapons costs are the Angelus Bolt Gun costs 9 points per weapon, the Frag Cannon is 19 points, a Hand Flamer is 8 points, and an Inferno Pistol is 20 points. Now those are all per model that takes them, not for the whole unit. And Blood Talons for melee weapons cost 65 points, and Carmine Axe costs 16 points, and Carmine Sword costs 13 points. Furioso Fist, a single one, costs 40, and a pair is 50 points. Furioso Force Halberd is free. A Death Mask is 2 points, and a Magna Grapple are 5 points. Now, if you're wondering why you don't see, just bolters, bolt guns, etc. here, it's because they're all taken in the generic Space Marine portion. Again, you can click on the timestamp to see those. The Blood Angel specific Wargear include an Angelus Bolt Gun. It's 12-inch range, Assault 2, Strength 4, AP -1, and 1 damage. They have Blood Song. It has, in which you can choose one or both of the profiles below. If you choose both, subtract 1 from all hit rolls made for this weapon. The Mastercrafted Bolt Gun is a 24-inch range, Rapid Fire 1, Strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. A Melt-A-Gun is a 12-inch range, Assault 1, Strength 8, AP -4 with D6 damage. If the target is within half range of this weapon, roll 2 dice when inflicting damage with it, and discard the lowest result. A Frag Cannon is an 8-inch range, Assault 2d6, Strength 6, AP -1, and 1 damage, and it hits its target automatically. A Hand Flamer is a 6-inch range, pistol, pistol D3, is Strength 3, AP nothing, and 1 damage, and it hits its targets automatically. An Inferno Pistol is 6-inch range, Pistol 1, Strength 8, AP -4, and D6 damage. If the target's within half range of this weapon, roll 2 dice while inflicting damage and discard the lowest. The melee weapons are the Axe Mortalis, is a melee weapon with +2 Strength, AP -3, and D3 damage, and you can reroll failed wound rolls for this weapon if the target's a character. The Blood Crozius is Strength +2, AP -2, and D3 damage. Blood Reaver is Strength ×2, AP -1, and 3 damage. Each time you roll a hit roll of 6 for this weapon, inflict 1 additional hit on the target. Blood Talons are Strength ×2, AP -3, and D6 damage. And Carmine Axe is Strength +1, AP -2, and D3 damage. And Carmine Broadsword is Strength +2, AP -4, and D3 damage. And Carmine Sword is Strength User, AP -3, and D3 damage. The Executioner's Axe is Strength +1, AP -3, and D3 damage. Each time you roll a wound roll of 6 for this weapon, it causes 3 damage instead of D3. A Furioso Fist is Strength ×2, AP -3, and 3 damage. If a model is equipped with 2 Furioso Fists, you can reroll failed hit rolls when attacking with them. A Furioso Force Halberd is a Strength +4, AP -4, and 3 damage. Heaven's Teeth is strength +1, AP -1, and 1 damage. The Sanguine Sword is strength ×2, AP -3, and D3 damage. So that gives us all of our Blood Angel info. Now onto Dark Angels. There's a few requests about these. And no, that's not my hand. My hands aren't that. I don't know, they don't look like that. Dark Angels point values for the units themselves. Again, if you're jumping here, Dark Angels point values, we won't be going over this or their war gear in the unit card section, so you can jump back and forth from here to there using the timestamps. Deathwing Ancient is 103 points, and so these ones do not include war gear for the units. A Deathwing Apothecary is 75 points. A Deathwing Champion is 118 points. Deathwing Knights in a unit of 5 to 10 are 45 points each. Deathwing Terminator Squad in a unit of 5 to 10 are 26 points each. A Fortress of Redemption is 400 points, and Interrogator Chaplain is 90 points. Interrogator Chaplain in Terminator Armor is 128 points. Interrogator Chaplain on a bike is 117 points, and Interrogator Chaplain with Jump Pack is 101 points. A Nephilim Jet Fighter is 123 points. A Ravenwing Ancient is 117 points. A Ravenwing Apothecary is 97 points. A Ravenwing Attack Bike Squad in a unit of 1 to 3 are 45 points each. A Ravenwing Bike Squad of 3 to 8 bikes are 32 points each, with an optional attack bike being 45 points. Ravenwing Black Knights in a unit of 3 to 10 are 50 points each. A Ravenwing Champion is 106 points. A Ravenwing Dark Talon is 180 points. A Ravenwing Dark Shroud is 128 points. A Ravenwing Land Speeder Vengeance is 122 points. And a Ravenwing Land Speeders are in a unit of 1 to 5 are 85 points each. And those do not include the cost of their war gear in the cost of the model. The following characters, however, do. Asmodai is 145 points. Azrael is 108 points. Belial is 150 points. Ezekiel is 145 points. Samael in Sableclaw is 216 points, and Samael on Corvex is 183 points. Their ranged weapons and the cost of them are the Avenger Mega Bolter is 35 points, and the following weapons are all free. The Blacksword Missile Launcher, the Plasma Storm Battery, the Plasma Talon, the Ravenwing Grenade Launcher, the Redemption Missile Silo, the Rift Cannon, the Stasis Bomb, and Twin Icarus Las Cannon are all free. Their melee weapons are all free. The Blade of Caliban, the Corvus Hammer, the Flail of the Unforgiven, the Halberd of Caliban, and the Mace of Absolution are all free. Their other war gear, a Watcher in the Dark, is 5 points. So the description of what their war gear does: the Avenger Mega Bolter is 36-inch range, heavy 10, strength 6, AP -1, and 1 damage. The Blacksword Missile Launcher, 36-inch range, heavy 10, strength 7, AP -3, and 2 damage. The Deliverer is a 12-inch range pistol, strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. Lion's Wrath, when attacking with this weapon, choose one or both of the profiles. If you choose both, subtract 1 from all hit rolls for this weapon. The Mastercrafted Bolt Gun is 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. The Plasma Gun, Plasma Gun, has 2 profiles. Standard, which is 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage, or Supercharge, with his 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 8, AP -3, and 2 damage, but if on hit rolls of 1, the bearer is slain, or suffers 1 mortal wound, depending on the bearer. Plasma Storm Battery, when attacking with this weapon, choose one of the profiles below. Standard, 36-inch range, heavy D6, strength 7, AP -3, and 2 damage, or Supercharge, which is 36-inch range, heavy D6, strength 8, AP -3, and 3 damage. If you make 1 or more hit rolls of 1, the bearer suffers 3 mortal wounds after all its weapons shots have been resolved, and the Plasma Storm Battery cannot be used for the rest of the battle. The Plasma Talon, when attacking with this weapon, choose one of the profiles below. Standard and Supercharged are both 18-inch range, assault 2. Standard is strength 7, AP -3, and 1 damage. Supercharge is strength 8, AP -3, and 2 damage. And on a hit roll of 1, the bearer is slain after the shots have been resolved. A Ravenwing Grenade Launcher, when attacking this weapon, choose one of the profiles. Fires a Frag Shell, 24-inch range, assault D6, strength 3, AP nothing, 1 damage. Or 24-inch range Crack Shell, with assault 2, strength 6, AP -1, and D3 damage. The Redemption Missile Silo, when attacking this weapon, choose one of the profiles below. It has a Frag Storm Missile, 18 to 96-inch range, so it does have a minimum range. Heavy 2d6, strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage. Or a Crack Storm Missile with 18 to 96-inch range, again a minimum range. Heavy d6, strength 8, AP -3, and D3 damage. A Rift Cannon is an 18-inch range, heavy D3, strength 10, AP -3, 3 damage. See the Dark Talon datasheet on page 123, which we will eventually. Twin Icarus Las Cannon is a 96-inch range, heavy 2d6, strength 9, AP -3, and d6 damage. Add 1 to all hit rolls made against flyers, and subtract 1 against anything else. A Twin Stormbolter is 24-inch range, rapid fire 4, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. Your melee weapons: the Blade of Caliban is a melee weapon, strength +3, AP -3, and d3 damage. The Blade of Reason is strength user, AP nothing, and d6 damage. A Corvus Hammer is strength +1, AP -1, and 1 damage. Each wound roll of 6 made for this weapon causes d3 damage instead of 1. The Flail of the Unforgiven is strength +2, AP -3, and 2 damage. Excess damage from this weapon is not lost. Instead, keep allocating damage to another model in the target unit until either all damage has been allocated or the target unit is destroyed. That's pretty big, especially if you're being bogged down by big groups of units with 1 wound. Halberd of Caliban, strength +3, AP -4, and d3 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it can make d3 additional attacks with this weapon if the target unit contains 5 or more models. The Mace of Absolution is strength ×2, AP -2, and 3 damage. The Raven Sword is strength +1, AP -3, and 2 damage. This weapon has strength ×2 if Samael charged in the preceding charge phase. And Sword of Secrets is strength +2, AP -3, and d3 damage. Each time you make a wound roll of 6 with this weapon, the target suffers a mortal wound in addition to any other damage. Sword of Silence is strength +1, AP -3, and 2 damage. This weapon always wounds on a 2+ unless the target is a vehicle. Trader's Bane is strength +1, AP -3, and d3 damage. Add 1 to this weapon's damage if the target is a Psyker. So some pretty strong weapons, and almost all their upgrades are free for Dark Angels. Or almost all their war gear is free for Dark Angels. That seems alright, actually. Space Wolf point values. I have a couple people locally here who are interested in the Space Wolves, so pay attention. Kyle. Alright, so again, if you're jumping here, we're going to go over the details here and on the next page, and then if you want to see the data cards, we will not be going over the weapon details during those, but you can jump back and forth from here to there using the timestamps. Bjorn the Fell-Handed is 210 points, and these models do not include war gear. Bjorn the Fell-Handed is 210 points. Bloodclaws in a unit of 5 to 16 are 13 points each, with a Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor costing 31. Cyberwolves in a unit of 1 to 5 are 15 points each. Fenrisian Wolves in a unit of 5 to 15 are 9 points each. Grey Hunters in a unit of 5 to 11 are 14 points each, with a Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor costing 31 points. An Iron Priest is 58 points. Iron Priest on a bike is 65. Iron Priest on a Thunderwolf is 80 points. Lone Wolf is 75 points. Lone Wolf in Terminator armor is 115 points. Unit of 5 to 7 Long Fangs is 15 points, with a Pack Leader in Terminator armor costing 31 points. A Rune Priest is 68 points. A Rune Priest in Terminator armor is 120 points. Rune Priest on a bike is 109. Rune Priest with a Jump Pack is 91 points. Skyclaws, unit of 5 to 10, are 16 points. A Stormfang Gunship is 155 points. A Stormwolf is 165 points. A Swiftclaw Attack Bike unit of 1 to 3 costs 45 points each. Swiftclaws in a unit of 3 to 11 cost 31 points each, with an optional attack bike costing 45 points. Thunderwolf Cavalry in a unit of 3 to 6 costs 45 points each. Wolfguard unit of 5 to 10 costs 16 points each, with a Wolfguard and a Wolfguard Battle Leader costs 60 points. Wolfguard Battle Leader in Terminator armor costs 92 points. Wolfguard Battle Leader on a bike costs 85 points. Wolfguard Battle Leader on a Thunderwolf is 97 points. Wolfguard Battle Leader with Jump Pack costs 63 points. Wolfguard in Terminator armor costs 5 in a unit of 5 to 10 costs 31 points each. Wolfguard on bikes in a unit of 5 to 10 costs 34 points each. Wolfguard with Jump Packs in a unit of 5 to 10 costs 21 points each. And Wolflord on a Thunderwolf is 128 points. A Wolf Priest costs 90 points. Wolf Priest in Terminator armor is 144 points. Wolf Priest on a bike is 135 points, and a Wolf Priest with a Jump Pack is 112 points. Wolf Scouts in a unit of 5 to 11 cost 11 points each, and Wolfen in a unit of 5 to 10 costs 37 points each. So all of those units do not include the war gear. The following units, however, do. Arjak Rockfist costs 140 points. Canis Wolfborn is 150 points. Herald Deathwolf is 188 points. Crom Dragon Gaze is 119 points. Logan Grimnar's 190 points, Logan Grimnar on Storm Riders 230 points, Lucas the Trickster's 118 points, Murderfang is 200 points, Niall Stormcaller is 138 points, Niall Stormcaller in Runic Terminator armor costs 167 points, Ragnar Blackmane is 141 points, and Ulrich the Slayer is 133 points. Now all those characters include their Wargear in their costs. Other Wargear for the Space Wolves include Blizzard Shield for 15 points, Camo Cloak for 3 points, a Psychic Hood for 26 points, Runic Armor for 7, Runic Terminator Armor for 5 points, Storm Shield for Thunderwolf Cavalry, costing 15 points, and a Wolf Standard costing 10 points. Range weapons include a Hellfrost Cannon for 25 points, Hellfrost Destructor for 50 points, Hellfrost Pistol for 15 points, Stormfang Auto Launcher for 4 points, and Twin Hellfrost Cannon costing 30 points. Their optional melee weapons include, not optional, but their specific melee weapons include Crushing Teeth and Claws for free, Fenrisian Great Axe for 40 points, a Frost Axe for 10 points, Frost Claws for 15 points, a Frost Sword for 7 points, a Great Frost Axe for 17 points, Great Wolf Claws for 25 points, Runic Axe for 16 points, Runic Stave for 14 points, Runic Sword for 12 points, Teeth and Claws are free, Tempest Hammers 30 points, True Claws free, a Wolf Claw is a single, costs 9 points, and a pair costs 13, and Wolfen Claws are free. So, and here we are, the description of their Wargear and their abilities. Foe Hammer, having a shooting attack, is a 12-inch range, Assault 1, Strength times 2, AP -3, and D3 damage. When attacking characters or monsters, this weapon has a damage characteristic of 3. Hellfrost Cannon, choose one of the profiles below. If any model suffers any unsaved wounds from this weapon, but is not slain, roll a d6. On a 6, the target suffers a mortal wound. So definitely got a little bit powered down from previous. Dispersed Beam is 20 for a Hellfrost Cannon. It's 24-inch range, heavy D3, strength 6, AP -2, and 1 damage. A Focused Beam is 24-inch range, heavy 1, strength 8, AP -4, and D6 damage. I have a Hellfrost Destructor. I think this is what I was thinking of. But still got powered down. When attacking with this weapon, choose one of the profiles below. If the model suffers any unsaved wounds from this weapon, but is not slain, roll a d6. On a 6, the target suffers a mortal wound. A Dispersed Beam is 24-inch range, heavy 3d3, strength 6, AP -2, and 2 damage. A Focused Beam is 24-inch range, heavy 3, strength 8, AP -4, and d6 damage. A Hellfrost Pistol is a 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 8, AP -4, and d3 damage. If a model suffers any unsaved wounds from this weapon, but is not slain, roll a d6. On a 6, the target suffers a mortal wound. Nightwing is a 12-inch range, Assault d6, Strength 3, AP nothing, single damage, bird. He's a bird. Nightwing, hawk. He's still a bird. He's just a big bird. Not a big yellow bird, but a big bird. Storm Frag, Auto Launcher, 12-inch range, Assault d3, Strength 4, AP nothing, with 1 damage. Twin Hellfrost Cannon is Hellfrost Cannon, but 2. So it has the Hellfrost rule, and Dispersed Beam is 24-inch range, heavy 2d3, strength 6, AP -2, and 1 damage. Focused Beam is 24-inch range, heavy 2, strength 8, AP -4, and d6 damage. Now for the melee weapons, the Axe Morkai. When attacking with this weapon, choose one of the profiles. One-handed, it is strength +2, AP -3, and d3 damage. Two-handed, it is strength times 2, AP -3, and 3 damage. When attacking with this weapon, you must subtract 1 from the hit roll. That's just for the two-handed mode. Claw of the Jackal Wolf is strength +1, AP -2, and 2 damage, and you can reroll failed wound rolls for this weapon. Crushing Teeth and Claws are strength 5, AP -1, and 1 damage. After a model on its mount makes close attack combat attacks, you can attack with its mount. Make 3 additional attacks using this weapon profile. A Fenrisian Great Axe is strength +4, AP -3, and d6 damage. You can make 1 additional attack with this weapon. Flurry of Teeth and Claws, strength 5, AP -1, and 1 damage. See Grimnar's on Stormcaller's data sheet. A Foe Hammer in melee is strength times 2, AP -3, and d3 damage. When attacking characters or monsters with this weapon, it has a damage of 3. Frost Axe is strength +2, AP -2, and 1 damage. Frost Claws are strength +1, AP -2, and 1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, you can make 1 additional attack with this weapon, and you can reroll failed wound rolls for this weapon. Frost Sword is strength +1, AP -3, and 1 damage. Frost Fang is strength +1, AP -4, and 2 damage. Glacius is strength +2, AP -2, and 2 damage. If the model suffers any unsaved wounds from this weapon, roll a d6, but is not slain, roll a d6. On a 6, the target suffers d3 mortal wounds. A Great Frost Axe is strength +3, AP -3, and D3 damage. The bearer can make one additional attack with this weapon on a turn in which it has charged. A Great Wolf Claw is strength +4, AP -2, and D6 damage, and you can reroll failed wound rolls for this weapon. The Murder Claws are strength ×2, AP -3, and 3 damage, and you can reroll failed wound rolls for this weapon. Runic Axe is strength +1, AP -2, D3 damage. A Runic Stave is strength +2, AP -1, D3 damage. A Runic Sword is strength user, AP -3, D3 damage. Staff of the Stormcaller is strength +1, AP -1, and D3 damage. Teeth and Claws are strength user, AP -1, and 1 damage. A Tempest Hammer is strength ×2, AP -3, and 3 damage. If a model suffers any unsaved wounds from this weapon but is not slain, roll a d6. On a 6, the target suffers a mortal wound. True Claw is strength +5, AP -4, and D6 damage, and you can reroll failed wound rolls with it. A Wolf Claw is strength +1, AP -2, and 1 damage. You can reroll failed wound rolls with it, and model armed with 2 Wolf Claws can make an additional attack. The Wolfen Claws are strength user, AP -1, and 1 damage, and Worm Claw is strength +2, AP -2, and D3 damage. We'll go on to our Deathwatch point values and Wargear. So for these first couple things, note if you're jumping straight here, we will not be going over on the Deathwatch data cards what their weapons do and stuff. We'll be going over that here, but you can jump back and forth if you like with the timestamps. So for the unit costs, the following unit costs do not include Wargear. A Corvus Blackstar costs 160 points. A Deathwatch Bikers unit of 1 to 5 costs 34 points each. A Deathwatch Kill Team in a unit of 5 to 10 has the following cost. For Bikers is 34 points, for Terminators 32 points, for Vanguard Veterans is 21 points each, and for Deathwatch Veterans are 19 points each. A unit of Deathwatch Terminators from 1 to 5 costs 32 points each. A unit of Vanguard Veterans in 1 to 5 costs 21 points each, and a Watchmaster is 130 points. Now none of those include points costs, but the following character does. Watch Captain Artemis is 130 points, including their Wargear. Deathwatch Ranged Weapons. A Blackstar Rocket Launcher is 15 points. A Deathwatch Frag Cannon is 30 points. Deathwatch Shotgun is 5 points. Guardian Spear is free. A Hand Flamer is 8 points. An Inferno Pistol is 20 points. An Infernus Heavy Bolter is 25 points. And a Stalker Pattern Bolt Gun is 4 points. Your melee weapons, a Heavy Thunder Hammer costs 30 points. And a Xenophase Blade costs 7 points. Their other Wargear, an Auspex Array, costs 5 points. Blackstar Cluster Launcher is free. A Combat Shield is 4 points. Deathwatch Teleport Homer is free. An Infernum Halo Launcher, yeah, that's what that says, is 5 points, and a Storm Shield is 15 points. Now their Wargear details. A Blackstar Launcher, when attacking with this weapon, choose one of the profiles. It has a Corvid Warhead, 30-inch range, heavy D6, strength 6, AP -1, and 1 damage. Add 1 to hit rolls to this weapon when it's targeting something that can fly. A Dracos Warhead is its other option. 30-inch range, heavy D6, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. Add 1 to hit rolls to this weapon when targeting a unit that is in cover. Deathwatch Frag Cannon. When attacking this weapon, choose one of these profiles. Frag Round, 8-inch range, assault 2d6, strength 6, AP -1, and 1 damage. This weapon automatically hits its targets. The Shell is a 24-inch range, assault 2, strength 7, AP -2, and 2 damage. If the target is within half range of this weapon, it attacks a resolve with a strength of 9 and an AP of -3. The Deathwatch Shotgun has 3 possible profiles. Choose one when you're using it. A Crypt Clearer Round is a 16-inch range, assault 2, strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage, and you can reroll failed wound rolls with it. A Xenopurge Slug is a 16-inch range, assault 2, strength 4, AP -1, and 1 damage. If the target is within half range of this weapon, its attacks are resolved with a damage of 2. Worm's Breath Shell is a 7-inch range, assault D6, strength 3, AP nothing, 1 damage. This weapon automatically hits its target. The next weapon, those are the 3 profiles. The next weapon is a Guardian Spear in the shooting phase. It's 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP -1, and 2 damage. You can have a Hand Flamer, is a 6-inch range, pistol D3, strength 3, AP nothing, 1 damage, and this weapon automatically hits its targets. You have Hellfire Extremis. When attacking with this weapon, choose one or both of the profiles. If you choose both, subtract 1 from all hit rolls made for this weapon. The Hellfire Flamer is a 8-inch range, assault D6, AP nothing, 1 damage, and this weapon automatically hits its targets. The weapon wounds on a 4+, unless it's targeting a vehicle, in which case it wounds on a 6+. Bolt Gun is a 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP nothing, 1 damage. An Infernal Pistol, 6-inch range, pistol 1, strength 8, AP -4, d6 damage. If the target's within half range of this weapon, roll 2 dice when inflicting damage with it and discard the lowest result. An Infernus Heavy Bolter has 2 profiles. When attacking with it, choose one or both. If you choose both, subtract 1 from all hit rolls for this weapon. The Heavy Bolter is a 36-inch range, heavy 3, strength 5, AP -1 and 1 damage. The Heavy Flamer option is Assault D6, Strength 5, AP -1 and 1 damage, and this weapon automatically hits its targets. You can also get, next weapon is Stalker Pattern Bolt Gun, 30-inch range, heavy 2, Strength 4, AP nothing and 1 damage. And a Stasis Bomb is 6-inch range, grenade 1. This weapon can only be used once per battle. If the attack it can only be used once per battle. If the attack hits, deal d6 mortal wounds to your target. If it misses, the bearer suffers d6 mortal wounds. That makes me a little nervous. The melee weapons, the Guardian Spear is strength +1, AP -3 and d3 damage. A Heavy Thunderhammer, strength ×2, AP -3 and d6 damage. When attacking with this weapon, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. Each time you make a wound roll of 6+ with this weapon, the hit is resolved with a damage of 6. Bull, that seems rough. A Xenophase Blade, a strength user, AP -3 and 1 damage. Your opponent must re-roll successful and vulnerable saves for wounds caused by this weapon. So our last kind of section here are Grey Knights. So if you're just jumping to this section, we'll be going over all of their war gear here, and when we go over the Grey Knight data cards, we will not be going over it. We can kind of blink back and forth using the timestamps if you wish to. So the units, now these do not include the cost of their war gear in these unit costs. An Apothecary is 90 points, a Brother Captain is 150 points, a Brotherhood Ancient is 128 points, a Brotherhood Champion is 113 points, a Dreadnought is 87 points, a Grand Master is 160 points, a Interceptor Squad of 5 to 10 costs 23 points each, a Nemesis Dread Knight is 130 points, a Paladin Ancient is 140 points, a Paladin Squad of 3 to 10 costs 53 points each, a Purgation Squad of 5 to 10 costs 19 points each, a Purifier Squad of 5 to 10 costs 26 points each, a Strike Squad of 5 to 10 costs 19 points each, a Tech Marine is 91 points, a Terminator Squad of 5 to 10 models costs 44 points each, and a Venerable Dreadnought is 110 points. Now, none of those units' costs include the cost of their war gear. The following ones, however, do. The following characters. Brother Captain Stern costs 157 points, Castellan Crow is 125 points, Grandmaster Voldus is 190 points, and Lord Kaldar Drago himself costs 240 points. Now, all of those 4 characters include the cost of their war gear in their points cost. Their ranged weapons, a Gatlin Silencer is 20 points, a Heavy Incinerator is 40 points, Heavy Psy Cannon is 30 points, an Incinerator is 14 points, an Incinerator for a Terminator is 20 points, a Silencer is 4 points, a Silencer for a Terminator is 10 points, a Psy Cannon is 14 points, and a Psy Cannon on Terminator is 20 points. Psycho Grenades are free, and a Storm Bolter is 2 points. A Dread Fist, a single one, costs 25 points, and a pair is 35 points. A Nemesis Demon Great Hammer is 15 points. A Nemesis Demon Hammer is 13 points. Nemesis Falchions are free. Nemesis Force Halberds are free. Nemesis Force Sword is free. A Nemesis Great Sword is 10 points. And a Nemesis Warding Stave is free as well. Other war gear include a Dread Knight Teleporter for 10 points. Now, their war gear details. A Gatling Silencer is a 24-inch range, heavy 12, strength 4, AP nothing, d3 damage. A Heavy Incinerator is a 12-inch range, heavy d6, strength 6, AP -1, 2 damage. This weapon automatically hits its target. A Heavy Psy Cannon is 24-inch range, heavy 6, strength 7, AP -1, 2 damage. A Incinerator is 8-inch range, assault d6, strength 6, AP -1, 1 damage, and this weapon automatically hits its target. A Silencer is a 24-inch range, heavy 6, strength 4, AP nothing, and d3 damage. A Psy Cannon is 24-inch range, heavy 4, strength 7, AP -1, and 1 damage. Psycho Grenades are a 6-inch range, grenade d3, strength 2, AP nothing, and 1 damage. Each time you roll a hit roll of 6 for this weapon, when targeting a Psyker or Demon, the target suffers a mortal wound instead of the normal damage. A Storm Bolter is 24-inch range, rapid fire 2, strength 4, AP nothing, and 1 damage. Now for their melee weapons. The Black Blade of Antweir, strength user, AP nothing, and 1 damage. A Dread Fist is strength times 2, AP -3, and D3 damage. If a model is equipped with 2 Dread Fists, each time it fights it can make an additional attack. Malleus Argyrum is strength times 2, AP -3, and 3 damage. A Nemesis Demon Greathammer is strength times 2, AP -4, and D6 damage. When a model attacks with this weapon, you must subtract 1 from the hit roll. Damage rolls of less than 3 count as 3 for this weapon. That's pretty good. Nemesis Demon Hammer is strength times 2, AP -3, and 3 damage. When a model attacks with this weapon, subtract 1 from the hit roll. Nemesis Falchion is strength user, AP -2, and D3 damage. If models armed with 2 falchions, each time it fights, it can make an additional attack with them. Nemesis Force Halberd is strength +1, AP -2, D3 damage. Nemesis Force Sword is strength user, AP -3, and D3 damage. A Nemesis Greatsword is strength +4, AP -3, and D6 damage. A Nemesis Warding Stave is strength +2, AP -1, and D3 damage. A model armed with this weapon has a 5-up invuln save against attacks made in the fight phase. If it already has an invulnerable save, add 1 to the invulnerable saving throw you make for the fight phase instead. And last but not least, the Titan Sword is strength +4, AP -4, and straight up 3 damage. So now we're going to take a look. We finished all of the Wargear costs, the model costs, the unit costs, all that kind of stuff. We're going to go back up to the very beginning of the book and start in on the data cards, psychic powers, and all that kind of stuff. If you've already seen that and you're watching the video in order, all the more power to you. Congratulations for finishing. I would like to thank you guys for sticking with me. I guess this is in the middle of the video. Never mind. Let's head back up to the top of the book. Page 1. Alright. So our Space Marine Army list. Now, how chapters work is essentially anything that wasn't in those specific chapter rules can be used by any chapter. And anything that's in these generic Space Marine Army lists coming forward here that has a bracket chapter can go into any chapter. So if you're playing Blood Angels, you're playing Flesh Terrors, you're playing Imperial Fists, whatever you're playing, anything in the following generic Space Marine Army list can be used for your chapter. If you're playing a chapter you made up, you can use these in your chapter. Somebody did ask me if the Primaris Marines were a viable force on their own, and yes, you can take them. There just aren't a lot of options right now for running a purely Primaris force, but there are going to be some coming out. At this point, we've seen a new Dreadnought that is not in this book, and we've also seen a hover tank that is also not in this book. So coming forward, we may see some a more dedicated Primaris force in the next little while. But let's continue on our index review right now. So we've kind of gone over how chapters work, but let's just go over the text here quickly. All Space Marine units are drawn from a chapter. Some datasheets specifically say what chapter the unit is drawn from. Marines Calgar, for example, has the Ultramarines keyword. If an Adeptus Astartes datasheet does not specify what chapter it is drawn from, it will have the bracket chapters keyword. When you include a unit in your army, you must nominate which chapter that is from. You then simply replace the chapter keyword, the bracket chapter keyword, in every instance on that unit's datasheet with the name of your chosen chapter. For example, if you were to include a captain in your army, and you decide that the captain was from the Blood Ravens chapter... Oh, really? Blood Raven? Okay, anyway. His chapter faction keyword is changed to Blood Ravens, and his Rites of Battle ability would then say you can reroll hit rolls of 1 made for friendly Blood Raven units within 6 inches of this model. Note this, that Adeptus Astartes Psykers cannot be from the Black Templars chapter, so they keep it nice and fluffy. While this section of the book provides rules for all Space Marine chapters, those that are more unique, such as the Blood Angels or Space Wolves, have certain restrictions, datasheets, and Army Special rules that can be found in their own sections later in the book. We'll go over those. Legions of the Damned keyword can only be taken by Damned Legionnaires, while the other chapters are described later in the book, with each description covering in which units can be part of chapter. If you wish to see which units a chapter can include, we recommend reading the relevant section first. Alright, so, and they shall know no fear, the abilities. So the following ability is common to several Adeptus Astartes units. They shall know no fear, so you can reroll failed morale tests for this unit. Their Psychic Discipline is the Librarius Discipline. Includes 3 powers, so you can roll D3 to generate these, or just pick whatever ones you want. I recommend picking, depending on what you and your opponent agree to. Veil of Time Veil of Time has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, pick an Adeptus Astartes unit within 18 inches of the Psyker. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, you can reroll charge rolls and advance rolls for that unit, and they always fight first in the fight phase, even if they didn't charge. If the enemy also has units that have charged, or that have similar ability, then alternate units to fight with, starting with the player whose turn it is. Might of Heroes is the second one. Has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select an Adeptus Astartes model within 12 inches of the Psyker. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, add 1 to the model's strength, toughness, and attacks characteristic. Null Zone. Null Zone has a warp charge value of 8. If manifested, then, until the start of the next Psychic phase, while they are within 6 inches of Psyker, enemy models cannot take invulnerable saves, and must have the results of any Psychic test rounding up that they take. It seems really good against demons or Eldar, like Dark Eldar, Inari, or Harlequins, for example, because a lot of those guys have invuln saves, and that's really their only good save. So Null Zone is really good against them. So anyway, going forward to Wargear. Many of the units you find on the following pages reference one or more of the Wargear list below. When this is the case, the unit may take an item from the appropriate list below. The profiles for the item in these lists can be found in the appendix, which we've gone over in the timestamps below. Sergeant Equipment. Up to 2 weapons can be chosen from the following list: Bolt Pistol, Grav Pistol, Plasma Pistol, Chainsword, Power Axe, Power Maul, Lightning Claw, Power Fist, Thunderhammer. 1 weapon can be chosen from the following list: Bolt Gun, Combi Flamer, Combi Grav, Combi Melta, Combi Plasma, Stormbolter. A Thunderhammer cannot be taken by a Stern Guard veteran sergeant. Pistols: a Bolt Pistol, Plasma Pistol, Grav Pistol. Combi weapons include Stormbolter, Combi Plasma, Combi Flamer, Combi Melta, and Combi Grav. Melee weapons include Chainsword, Power Axe, Power Maul, Force Lance, Power Fist, Lightning Claw, and Thunderhammer. Special weapons include Flamer, Plasma Gun, Melting Gun, and Grav Gun. Heavy weapon include Missile Launcher, Heavy Bolter, Multi-Melta, Las Cannon, Grav Cannon, and Grav Amp, and Plasma Cannon. Terminator melee weapons include Lightning Claw, Power Fist, Thunderhammer, and Storm Shield. Terminator combi weapons include Stormbolter, Combi Plasma, Combi Flamer, and Combi Melta. Terminator heavy weapons include Heavy Flamer, Assault Cannon, and Cyclonic Missile Launcher and Stormbolter. Cyclonic Missile Launcher and Stormbolter are 1 point. They're not 1 point cost-wise, but they are 1 option together. Dreadnought heavy weapons are Twin Heavy Flamer, Twin Auto Cannon, Twin Heavy Bolter, Twin Las Cannon, Assault Cannon, Heavy Plasma Cannon, and Multi-Melta. Alright, data cards. Alright, okay, I'm gonna have to stretch before I do this. Okay, into it, here we go. Captain is 6-inch range, hits on 2, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9, a 3-up save. Captain is a single model armed with a chainsword, a master-crafted bolt gun, frag grenades, and crack grenades. Wargear options. This model may replace its master-crafted bolt gun with an item from the pistols, combi weapons, or melee weapons list. This model may replace its chainsword with a storm shield, relic blade, or an item from the melee weapons list. This model may take a jump pack. If it does, move characteristic increase to 12, and it gains jump pack and fly keywords. Has And They Shall Know No Fear, Rites of Battle, so you can reroll hit rolls of 1 made for friendly chapter units within 6 inches of this model. Iron Halo, giving it a 4-up invuln save. A Storm Shield gives it a 3-up invuln save. If you have Jump Pack, it has Jump Pack Assault, which means you can set it up in reserves, and it can arrive via Deep Strike 9 inches away from any enemy models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Captain. You can bring a Captain in Terminator armor. You can move 5 inches, hits on 2, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. It's a single model armed with a Power Sword and Storm Bolter. This model may replace its Stormbolter with an item from the Terminator combi weapons or Terminator melee weapons list. This model may replace its Power Sword with a Relic Blade, Chain Fist, Storm Shield, or an item from the Terminator melee weapons list. A Captain in Terminator armor with a Power Fist can also be equipped with a wrist-mounted grenade launcher. It has And They Shall Know No Fear, an Iron Halo, Storm Shield, would give it a 3-up invuln save, it has Rites of Battle, and Teleport Deep Strike, which, same thing, you can set up in reserves, and it arrives via Deep Strike at the end of a movement phase, more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Chapter. Its keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, and Captain. Captain in Catapracti armor can move 4 inches, hits on 2s, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. A Captain in Catapracti armor is a single model armed with a Power Sword and Combi Bolter. Wargear options include this model may replace its combi bolter with an item from the combi weapons or Terminator melee weapons list. This model may replace its power sword with a relic blade, a chain fist, or an item from the Terminator melee weapons list. Has, and they shall know no fear, Catapracta armor and Iron Halo. This model has a 3-up invulnerable save, but you must have the result of the dice rolled when determining how far this model advances. Has Rites of Battle and Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, and Captain. And last we have Captain, well not last, nope. Captain Gravis armor. It can move 5 inches, hits on 2s, strength 4, toughness 5, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Captain Gravis armor is a single model armed with a mastercrafted power sword and a Boltstorm gauntlet. Has, and they shall know no fear. Can take an Iron Halo and has Rites of Battle. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Mark 10 Gravis, and Primaris and Captain. So you have a Captain on a bike. Captain on a bike can move 14 inches, hits on 2s, strength 4, toughness 5, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, a 3-up save. A Captain on a bike is a single model armed with a chainsword, a mastercrafted bolt gun, frag grenades, and crack grenades. His bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. This model may replace its mastercrafted bolt gun with an item from the pistols, combi weapons, or melee weapons list. This model may replace its chainsword with a storm shield or an item from the melee weapons list. It has, and they shall know no fear, Iron Halo, Storm Shield, Rites of Battle, and Turbo Boost. Turbo Boost says, when this model advances, add 6 inches to its move characteristic for that movement phase instead of rolling a dice. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Captain. We have our Librarian. Librarian can move 6 inches, weapon skill 3+, blitz skill 3+, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Librarian is a single model armed with a force stave, a bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades. Wargear options are, this model can replace a bolt pistol with a bolt gun or an item from the pistols or combi weapons list. This model may replace its force stave with a force sword, a force axe. This model may take a jump pack. If it does, its move characteristic change to 12, and it gains a jump pack and fly keywords. Has, and they shall know no fear. Has a Psychic Hood, letting it add 1 to deny the witch rules tests you take for this model against enemy psychers within 12 inches, and can have Jump Pack Assault. It is a psyker that can attempt to manifest 2 powers and deny 1. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Psyker, and Librarian. Librarian Terminator armor. It can move 5 inches, hits on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. It is equipped with a Force Stave and Storm Bolter. It may replace its Storm Bolter with a Storm Shield or an item from the Terminator combi weapons list. This model may replace its Force Stave with a Force Sword or Force Axe. Has, and they shall know no fear, Crux Terminatus, giving the model a 5-up invuln save. A Storm Shield gives it a 3-up invuln save, has a Psychic Hood and Teleport Strike. It is a Psyker and can attempt to manifest 2 and deny 1 power. Faction keywords include Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, Psyker, and Librarian. Librarian on a bike can move 14 inches, weapon skill and blitz skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, a 3-up save. Librarian on a bike is a single model equipped with a force stave, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. His bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. This model may replace its bolt pistol or bolt gun with an item from the pistols or combi weapons list. This model may replace its force stave with a force sword or force axe. Has, and they shall know no fear, Psychic Hood and Turbo Boost. A Psyker, it can attempt to manifest 2 and attempt to deny 1 power. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, Psyker, and Librarian. We have our Tech Marine. Tech Marine can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, blitz skill hitting on 2s, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, attacks are 3, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. Tech Marine is armed with a power axe, servo arm, a bolt pistol, and frag and crack grenades. This model may replace its bolt pistol with a bolt gun or an item from the pistols or combi weapons lists. This model may replace its power axe with an item from the melee weapons list. This model may replace its servo arm with a conversion beamer. This model may take a servo harness, which comprises an additional servo arm, a plasma cutter, and a flamer. If it does, neither servo arm may be replaced with a conversion beamer. It has, and they shall know no fear, and Blessing of the Omnissiah, which says, at the end of your movement phase, this model can repair a single chapter vehicle within 1 inch. that model regains D3 lost wounds. The model can only be repaired once per turn. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Tech Marine. Servitors can move 5 inches, hit on 5s, have Strength and Toughness 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, Leadership 6, and a 4-up save. This unit consists of 4 servitors. Each model is armed with a servo arm. Wargear options are up to 2 servitors may replace their servo arm with a heavy bolter, plasma cannon, or multi-melta. Abilities are Mind Lock. Servitors improve both their weapon skill and ballistic skill to 4-up, and their leadership to 9, whilst they are within 6 inches of any friendly Tech Marines. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Servitors. Tech Marines on a bike can move 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, bliss skill hitting on 2s, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, leadership 8, 3 attacks, and a 2-up save. It is armed with a power axe, a servo arm, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. The bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. The model may replace its bolt pistol or bolt gun with an item from the pistols or combi weapons list. It may replace its power axe with an item from the melee weapons list. It may replace its servo arm with a conversion beamer. The model may take a servo harness, which comprises an additional servo arm, a plasma cutter, and a flamer. If it does this, neither servo arm can be replaced with a conversion beamer. It has a They Shall Know No Fear, Turbo Boost, and Blessing of the Omnissiah. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Tech Marine. We have our Chaplain. Chaplain can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Chaplain is a single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum, a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. This model may replace its bolt pistol with a bolt gun, power fist, or an item from the pistols or combi weapons list. This weapon may take a jump pack. If it does, move characteristic increases 12 and it gains jump pack and fly. It has a They Shall Know No Fear, jump pack assault. Litanies of Hate give it. You can reroll failed hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly chapter units within 6 inches of the chaplain. Spiritual Leaders give it. All friendly chapter units within 6 inches of this model can use the chaplain's leadership instead of their own. As a Rosarius, giving it a 4-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Chaplain. We have our Chaplain in Terminator armor. It can move 5 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. It is a single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum and Stormbolter. It may replace its Stormbolter with an item from the Terminator combi weapons list. Has a They Shall Know No Fear, Litanies of Hate, Spiritual Leaders, Rosarius, and Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, and Chaplain. A Chaplain on a bike can move 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. It is armed with a Crozius Arcanum, a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. The bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. The model may replace its bolt pistol with a bolt gun, power fist, or an items from the pistol or combi weapons list. Has They Shall Know No Fear, Litanies of Hate, Rosarius, Turbo Boost, and Spiritual Leaders. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Chaplain. An Apothecary can move 6 inches, hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It is armed with a bolt pistol, chainsword, and frag and crack grenades. Has They Shall Know No Fear, and Narthecium. Narthecium says, at the end of any movement phases, the Apothecary can attempt to heal or revive a single model. Select a friendly character, infantry or biker, unit within 3 inches of the Apothecary, so it has to be a character either with the infantry keyword or biker keyword. Unit within 3 inches of the Apothecary. If that unit contains a wounded model, it immediately regains D3 lost wounds. If the chosen unit contains no wounded models, but one or more of its models have been slain during the battle, roll 6. On a 4-up, a single slain model is returned to the unit with 1 wound remaining. If the Apothecary fails to revive a model, he can do nothing else the remainder of the turn, for shoot, charge, fight, phases, etc. As he recovers the gene seed of the fallen warrior. A unit can only be target of Narthecium ability once in each turn. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Apothecary. You can have Apothecary on a bike. He can move 14 inches, hits on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Apothecary on a bike is a single model armed with a bolt pistol, chainsword, frag and crack grenades. His bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. Has in They Shall Know No Fear, Narthosium, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Apothecary. They have Primaris Lieutenants. They can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, ballistic skill hitting on 3s. Strength 4, Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. This unit contains a single Primaris Lieutenant. It can include up to 1 additional. Each model is armed with a mastercrafted auto bolt rifle, a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. Any model may replace his mastercrafted auto bolt rifle with a power sword. Have in They Shall Know No Fear, Tactical Precision, which says you can reroll wound rolls of 1 for friendly chapter units that are within 6 inches of this model, and Company Heroes. Company Heroes says during deployment, all models in this unit must be set up at the same time, though they do not need to be set up in unit coherency. From that point onwards, each Primaris Lieutenant is treated as a separate unit. So you have to set them up at the same time for deployment order, but you can set them up as 2 separate units, and they can split, and they can essentially combat squad if you bring 2 Primaris Lieutenants. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Primaris, and Lieutenants. Company Ancient can move 6 inches, hitting on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Company Ancient is a single model armed with a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. This model may... Yeah, that's it. Huh, okay. This model may replace its bolt pistol with a bolt gun, or an item from the pistols, combi weapons, or melee weapons list. Has in They Shall Know No Fear, and Astartes Banner. Oh, so this is our banner carrier, right. Units within 6 inches of friendly Chapter Ancients add 1 to their leadership. In addition, roll a d6 each time a Chapter Infantry model is destroyed within 6 inches of any friendly Chapter Ancient, before removing this model as a casualty. On a 4-up, that model musters 1 last surge of strength before succumbing to its wounds. It can either shoot with one of its weapons, as if it were the shooting phase, or make a single attack as if it were the fight phase. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Chapter, Infantry, Ancient, and Company Ancient. The Company Ancient on a bike can move 14 inches, hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It is armed with a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, and the bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. Wargear options. Small may replace a bolt pistol with a bolt gun or an item from the pistols, combi weapons, or melee weapons lists. Has in They Shall Know No Fear, Astartes Banner, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, Ancient, and Company Ancient. We have the Primaris Ancient. Move 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It is a single model armed with a bolt rifle, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. Has in They Shall Know No Fear, and Astartes Banner. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Primaris Ancient. Company Champion. Move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, ballistic skill hitting on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Company Champion is a single model armed with a bolt pistol, mastercrafted power sword, frag and crack grenades. Has in They Shall Know No Fear, has Honor or Death. This model must make a heroic intervention if it is able to do so. In addition, you can reroll any failed hit rolls this model makes in the fight phase when targeting a character. Combat Shield gives it a 5-up invuln save. Has faction keywords Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Company Champion. A Company Champion on a bike can move 4 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bless skill hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It's armed with a bolt pistol, mastercrafted power sword, frag and crack grenades, and the bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. Has in They Shall Know No Fear, Honor or Death, Combat Shield, Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Company Champion. Company Veterans. So, Company Veterans come with a Sergeant. The unit contains 1 Sergeant and one Space Marine. It's veteran and can equip with 3 additional veterans. Each model is armed with a bolt pistol, chainsword, frag and crack grenades. Everybody can move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, have 1 wound. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, the regular veterans have 2, Sergeant has Leadership 9, and the veterans have 8. They both have a 3-up save. The veteran Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol and chainsword with the items from the Sergeant equipment list. Any Space Marine may replace their bolt pistol with a storm shield or an item from the melee weapons or pistols list. Any Space Marine veteran may replace their chainsword with a storm shield, a bolt gun, or an item from the melee weapons, pistols, combi weapons, or special weapons list. They have and they shall know no fear and a storm shield. Command Squad Bodyguard says roll a dice each time a friendly chapter character loses a wound whilst they are within 3 inches of this unit. On a 2+, a model from this squad can intercept that hit, and the character does not lose a wound, but this unit suffers a mortal wound. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Company Veteran. Company Veterans on bikes can move 14 inches, hit on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 2 wounds each. Sergeant has 3 attacks, regular veteran has 2, Sergeant has leadership 9, regular veteran has 8, both have a 3-up save. It contains 1 biker sergeant, and 1 Space Marine veteran biker can include up to 3 additional veteran bikers. Each model is equipped with a bolt pistol, chainsword, frag and crack grenades. Each bike is equipped with twin bolt guns. The veteran sergeant biker may replace his bolt pistol and chainsword with items from the sergeant weapons list. Any Space Marine veteran biker may replace their bolt pistol with a storm shield or an item from the melee weapons or pistols list. Any Space Marine veteran biker may replace their chainsword with a storm shield, a bolt gun, or an item from the melee weapons, pistols, combi weapons, or special weapons list. Abilities are They Shall Know No Fear, Biker Bodyguard. So it says roll a dice each time a friendly biker character loses a wound whilst they are within 3 inches of this unit. On a 2-up, this unit suffers a mortal wound instead of that character suffering that wound. They have Turbo Boost and Storm Shield. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker and Company Veteran. So you can't surround a character on foot with company veterans on bikes and expect to do the essentially look out sir roll, because the character has to be on a bike as well. Ariel, bread and butter. Tactical Squad can move 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength Toughness 4, 1 wound. Sergeant has 2 attacks and 8 leadership. Regular Marines have 1 attack and 7 leadership, and they both have a 3-up save. The unit contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Space Marines, included up to 5 additional Space Marines. Each model is armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. Space Marine Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol and bolt gun with items from the Sergeant equipment list. If the unit contains fewer than 10 models, 1 Space Marine replaces bolt gun with an item from the special weapons or heavy weapons list. If the unit contains 10 models, 1 Space Marine may replace his bolt gun with an item from the special weapons list, and 1 other Space Marine may replace his bolt gun with an item from the heavy weapons list. They have and They Shall Know No Fear and Combat Squad. Before any models are deployed at the start of the game, a tactical squad containing 10 models may be split into 2 units, each containing 5 models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Tactical Squad. Our Scout Squad can move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, have 1 wound. Sergeant has 2 attacks and Leadership 8 with a 4-up save. Regular Scout has 1 attack, Leadership 7 with a 4-up save. This unit contains 1 Scout Sergeant, 4 Scouts, and up to an additional 5 Scouts. Each model is armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. The Scout Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol and bolt gun with items from the Sergeant equipment list. Any model may replace his bolt gun with a sniper rifle, an Astartes shotgun, or a combat knife. 1 Scout may replace his bolt gun with a heavy bolter or a missile launcher. Any model may take a camo cloak. They have and They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Squad, Concealed Position, which says when you set up this unit during deployment, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches from the enemy deployment zone. Camo Cloaks says if every model in a unit has Camo Cloak, you can add 2 to saving throws made for models in the unit when they receive the benefits of cover instead of 1. Faction keywords are Imperium and Adeptus Astartes and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Scout, and Scout Squad. Next up we have the Intercessor Squad. They move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 2 wounds. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, the regular Marines have 2 attacks, Sergeant has Leadership 8, and the Intercessors have Leadership 7. They all have a 3-up save. This unit contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Intercessors. Each model is armed with a bolt rifle, bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades. They have and They Shall Know No Fear. Faction keywords Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords Infantry, Primaris, and Intercessor Squad. So this Intercessors, remember, are kind of your basic Marine, Primaris Marines. We have the Imperial Space Marine. This is, I think, like a 20th or 25th anniversary special model that they put out. The Imperial Space Marine moves 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. He's a single model armed with a disintegration combi gun, a disintegration pistol, frag, and crack grenades. Only one may be included per army. He has And They Shall Know No Fear. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Character, and Imperial Space Marine. The Honor Guard. They move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. This unit contains 2 Honor Guard. Each model is armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, power axe, frag grenades, and crack grenades. Any model may replace his power axe with a power sword, power lance, power maul, or relic blade. They have And They Shall Know No Fear and Honor Guard. Roll a d6 each time a friendly chapter character loses a wound whilst they are within 3 inches of this unit. On a 2+, a model from this unit can intercept that hit. The character does not lose a wound, but this unit suffers a mortal wound. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Honor Guard. Next up, we have our Chapter Ancient. Can move 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. The Chapter Ancient is a single model armed with a power sword, frag, and crack grenades. Only one can be included in your army. Has And They Shall Know No Fear and Astartes Banner. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Ancient, and Chapter Ancient. Chapter Champion moves 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. It is a single model armed with a bolt gun, a bolt pistol, power sword, frag, and crack grenades, only 1 per army. This model may replace his bolt gun with a champion's blade. This model may replace his power sword with a power axe, power lance, power maul, thunderhammer, or relic blade. It has And They Shall Know No Fear and Honor or Death. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Chapter Champion. We have our Centurion Assault Squad. They can move 4 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 5, 3 wounds. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, Regular has 2, Sergeant has 8, Leadership 8, and Regular has 7, and they have a 2-up save. This unit contains 1 Sergeant and 2 Centurions. You can add up to 3 additional. They are armed with siege drills, 2 flamers, and Centurion assault launchers. Any model may replace its flamers with melta guns. Any model may replace its assault launchers with a hurricane bolter. They have And They Shall Know No Fear Combat Squad. Centurion Assault Launcher is if a model with Centurion Assault Launchers finishes a charge move within 1 inch of an enemy unit, roll a d6. On a 4-up, that unit suffers a mortal wound. They also have Omniscopes. Enemy units do not receive the benefits to their saving throw for being in cover against attacks made by a unit that includes a Centurion Sergeant. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Centurion, and Centurion Assault Squad. Stern Guard Veteran Squad. They move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 1 wound. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, and Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. The regular Marines have 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. This unit contains 1 Veteran Sergeant and 4 Veterans. They can include up to 5 additional Veterans. Each model is equipped with a special issue bolt gun, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. The Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol with special issue bolt gun with items from the Sergeant equipment list. The Veteran Sergeant may replace his bolt gun with an item from the Sergeant equipment list. Up to 2 Marines may replace their special issue bolt guns with a heavy flamer or an item from the special weapons or heavy weapons or combi weapons list. Any Space Marine veteran may replace his special use bolt gun with a weapon from the combi weapons list. We have And They Shall Know No Fear and Combat Squad. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Stern Guard Veteran Squad. Next we have our Vanguard Veteran Squad. They can move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 1 wound. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 9, a 3-up save. The regular Marine has 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It contains 1 Veteran Sergeant and 4 Marines, and you can add up to 5 additional Marines. They are equipped with a bolt pistol, chainsword, frag, and crack grenades. The Veteran Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol and chainsword with 2 items from the following list: a storm shield, a relic blade, or an item from the pistols or melee weapons list. Any Space Marine veteran may replace his bolt pistol or chainsword with a storm shield and an item from the pistol or melee weapons list, or with 2 items from the pistols and or melee weapons list. One model may take melta bombs. The entire unit may take jump packs, If they do, their move characteristic is increased to 12 inches, and they gain the Jump Pack and Fly. Keywords they have: and they shall know no fear, Combat Squad, Storm Shield, and Jump Pack Assault. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Vanguard Veteran Squad. Our Dreadnought can move 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 6, Toughness 7, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Dreadnought is a single model equipped with an Assault Cannon, a Stormbolter, and a Dreadnought combat weapon. This model may replace its Assault Cannon with an item from the Dreadnought heavy weapons list. This model may replace its Dreadnought combat weapon with Stormbolter and Missile Launcher or a Twin Autocannon. This model may replace its Stormbolter with a Heavy Flamer. It has smoke launchers. Once per game, instead of shooting any weapons in the shooting phase, this model can use its smoke launchers until your next shooting phase. Your opponent must subtract 1 from all hit rolls for ranged weapons targeting this vehicle. And has explodes. Units within 3 inches suffers D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle and Dreadnought. We have our Venerable Dreadnought. Can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, Strength 6, Toughness 7, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Single model equipped with an Assault Cannon, Stormbolter, and Dreadnought combat weapon. This model may replace its Assault Cannon with a weapon from the Dreadnought heavy weapon list. This model may replace its Dreadnought combat weapon with a Stormbolter, with a Missile Launcher, or a Twin Autocannon. This model may replace the Stormbolter with a Heavy Flamer. Has a Unyielding Ancient. Roll a d6 each time this model loses a wound. On a 6, the damage is ignored, and that wound is not lost. Has Explodes. Units within 3 inches suffers d3 mortal wounds, and Smoke Launchers. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Dreadnought, and Venerable Dreadnought. We have our Contemptor Dreadnought. Have a damage table for this one. So, starts at 10 wounds, and from 6 to 10 wounds remaining, it moves 9 inches, hits on 2s. From 3 to 5 wounds remaining, it moves 6 inches, hitting on 3s. From 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 4 inches, hitting on 4s. Strength 7, Toughness 7, 10 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Contemptor Dreadnought is a single model armed with a Multi-Melta, a Combi Bolter, and a Dreadnought combat weapon. This model may replace its Multi-Melta with a Curies Pattern Assault Cannon. It has automatic shielding, so it gives it a 5-up invuln, and explodes. Each unit within 6 inches suffering d3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Dreadnought, and Contemptor Dreadnought. We then have our Ironclad Dreadnought. So it moves 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 6, Toughness 8, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Single model equipped with a Seismic Hammer, a Melt-A-Gun, Stormbolter, and Dreadnought combat weapon. This model may replace its Seismic Hammer with a Dreadnought Chain Fist, can replace its Dreadnought combat weapon with a Stormbolter and Hurricane Bolter, replace its Stormbolter with a Heavy Flamer, replace its Melt-A-Gun with a Flamer. It may take up to 2 Hunter Killer Missiles, and this model may take Ironclad Assault Launchers. It's a Wrecker. You can reroll hit rolls of 1 for this model if it is equipped with 2 melee weapons. It has Ironclad Assault Launchers. If this model is equipped with Ironclad Assault Launchers and finishes a charge move within 1 inch of an enemy unit, roll a d6. On a 4-up, that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. Has Smoke Launchers and explodes, giving d3 mortal wounds to units within 3 inches. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Dreadnought, and Ironclad Dreadnought. Next we see our Terminator Squad. They move 5 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4 with 2 wounds. Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Regular Terminators have 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and 2-up save. The unit contains 1 Terminator Sergeant and 4 Terminators, and you can include up to 5 additional. The Terminator Sergeant is armed with a Stormbolter and Power Sword. Each Terminator is armed with a Stormbolter and Power Fist. For every 5 models in the unit, 1 Terminator replaces its Stormbolter with a weapon from the Terminator Heavy Weapons list. Any Terminator may replace its Power Fist with a Chain Fist. The unit may take a Teleport Homer. They have, and they shall know no fear, Combat Squads, Teleport Strike, Teleport Homer, which is if this unit has a Teleport Homer, place it anywhere in your deployment zone when your army deploys. If an enemy model is ever within 9 inches of the Teleport Homer, it is deactivated and removed from the battlefield. Whilst there are any friendly Chapter Teleport Homers on the battlefield, this unit can perform an emergency teleport instead of moving in its movement phase. At the end of the movement phase, remove this unit and then set it up with all models within 6 inches of a friendly Chapter Teleport Homer. That Teleport Homer is then removed from the battlefield. They also have a Crux Terminatus giving them a 5-up invuln. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Terminator, and Terminator Squad. Our Terminator Assault Squad can move 5 inches, hitting on 3s, Strength Toughness 4 with 2 wounds. Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Regulars have 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. You get a Terminator Sergeant and 4 Terminators, can include up to 5 additional. Each is armed with 2 Lightning Claws. Any model may replace its 2 Lightning Claws with a Thunder Hammer and Storm Shield, and the unit can take a Teleport Homer. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Squad, Teleport Strike, Crux Terminatus, Storm Shield, and Teleport Homer. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Terminator, and Terminator Assault Squad. Catapracti Terminator Squad. It can move 4 inches, hit on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds. Sergeant has 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. The Regulars have 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. It contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Terminators. It can be made to include up to 5 additional. The Catapracti Sergeant is armed with a Combi Bolter and Power Sword. Each Terminator is armed with a Combi Bolter and Power Fist. For every 5 models in the unit, 1 may replace his Combi Bolter with a Heavy Flamer. Any can replace his Combi Bolter with a Lightning Claw. Any Terminator may replace his Power Fist with a Chain Fist or Lightning Claw. The Sergeant may replace his Power Sword with a Chain Fist, Power Fist, or Lightning Claw. The Sergeant may take a Grenade Harness. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Squads, Catapracti Armor, and Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Terminator, Catapracti Terminator Squad. Tartarus Terminator Squad can move 6 inches, hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds. Sergeant has 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Regular Marines have a 2 attack, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. The unit contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Terminators, and you can include up to 5 additional. Sergeant is armed with a Combi Bolter and Power Sword. Terminator is armed with a Combi Bolter and Power Fist. For every 5 models in the unit, 1 Terminator may replace his Combi Bolter with a Heavy Flamer or Reaper Autocannon. Any Terminator may replace his Combi Bolter with a Power Fist with 2 Lightning Claws. Any Sergeant may replace his Combi Bolter with a Power Sword with 2 Lightning Claws. Any Terminator may replace his Power Fist with a Chain Fist. Any Sergeant may replace his Power Sword with a Chain Fist or Power Fist. The Tartarus Sergeant may replace his Combi Bolter with a Plasma Blaster or Volkite Charger. For every 5 models in the unit, 1 model may take a Grenade Harness. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Squad, Tartarus Armor, giving them a 5-up Invuln save, and Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Terminator, and Tartarus Terminator Squad. So we have our Assault Squads. So they move 6 inches, hit on 3s, strength toughness 4, 1 wound. Sergeant has 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Regular has 1 attack, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. Unit contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Marines, and you can add up to 5 additional. Each is armed with a bolt pistol, chainsword, frag, and crack grenades. Warrior options: the Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol with an item from the melee weapons or pistols list. The Sergeant may replace his chainsword with an item from the melee weapons list. The Sergeant may take a combat shield and may take Melt-A-Bombs. Up to 2 Space Marines may replace their bolt pistol and chainsword with a flamer or with a plasma pistol and a chainsword. For every 5 models in the unit, 1 model may replace its bolt pistol and chainsword with an Eviscerator. The entire unit may take jump packs. If they do, change their characteristic to 12-inch movement and gain the jump and fly. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Shield, giving them a 5-up Invuln, Combat Squads, and Jump Pack Assault. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Assault Squad. The Inceptor Squad moves 10 inches, hits on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 2 wounds. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Inceptors have 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. Unit contains 2 Inceptors and 1 Sergeant. Each model is equipped with 2 Assault Bolters. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Crushing Charge. Roll a d6 each time an Inceptor finishes a charge within 1 inch of an enemy unit. On a 6, that unit suffers a mortal wound. They have Meteoric Descent, so you can set them up in reserve, and they can, end of your movement phase, they can set up anywhere that is more than 9 inches away from an enemy. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Jump Pack, Mark 10 Gravis, Primaris, Fly, and Inceptor Squad. We have our Scout Bike Squad. They move 16 inches, hit on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 2 wounds. Sergeant has 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 4-up save. The Biker has 1 attack, leadership 7, and a 4-up save. The unit contains 1 Sergeant and 2 Bikers, can include up to 3 or 6 additional Bikers. Each is equipped with a bolt pistol, an Astartes shotgun, a combat knife, frag and crack grenades. Each bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. Warrior option: Scout Biker. Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol with an item from the Sergeant equipment list. Up to 3 bikes may replace their bike's twin bolt gun with Astartes grenade launchers. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Squad, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Scout, and Scout Bike Squad. A regular bike squad can move 14 inches, hit on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5. The tack bike has 4 wounds, sergeants and regulars have 2. Tack bike and sergeant have 2 attacks, regular has 1. The attack bike and regular bikers have leadership 7 and a 3-up save, whereas the biker sergeant has leadership 8 and a 3-up save. It contains 1 sergeant and 2 Space Marine bikes, can include up to 3 or 5 additional bikers. It can also include a single attack bike. The bikers and the sergeant are each equipped with a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. Each of their bikes is equipped with twin bolt guns. The Space Marine attack bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun and a heavy bolter, and is crewed by 2 Space Marines armed with bolt pistols, frag and crack grenades. The sergeant may replace his bolt pistol with an item from the sergeant equipment list. Any Marine biker may replace his bolt pistol with a chainsword. Up to 2 bikers may replace their bolt pistol with an item from the special weapons list. The attack biker may replace its heavy bolter with a multi-melta. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Combat Squad, and Turbo Boost. The faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker and Bike Squad. The attack bike squad can move 14-inch, hits on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 4 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. This unit contains 1 bike, include 1 or 2 additional. Each model is equipped with a twin bolt gun and heavy bolter. It's crewed by 2 Space Marines armed with bolt pistols, frag and crack grenades. Any model may replace its heavy bolter with a multi-melta. They have They Shall Know No Fear and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Biker, Attack Bike Squad. Landspeeder Storm can move 18 inches. Hits on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 7 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 4-up save. It's a single model equipped with a heavy bolter and Cerberus launcher. The model may replace its heavy bolter with a multi-melta, a heavy flamer, or an assault cannon. Has open-topped. Models embarked on this vehicle can shoot their shooting phase. They measure range and draw line of sight from any point on the vehicle. When they do so, any restrictions or modifiers applied to this model also apply to its passengers. For example, if the passengers cannot shoot, this model has fallen back in the same turn. Cannot shoot except with pistols if it's within 1 inch of an enemy unit, and so on. Note that the passengers cannot shoot if this model falls back, even though the Landspeeder Storm itself can. Has explodes, models within 3 inches suffer a mortal wound. It has a transport, can transport up to 5 Chapter Scout infantry models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, Landspeeder, Scout, Fly, and Landspeeder Storm. For regular Landspeeders, move 16 inches, hit on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 6 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. This unit contains a Landspeeder and can up to 2 additional. Each is equipped with a heavy bolter. They can replace their heavy bolter with multi-meltas or heavy flamers. Any model can take an assault cannon, a heavy flamer, a Typhoon missile launcher, a heavy bolter, or a multi-melta. And they have They Shall Know No Fear, Anti-Grav Upwash. Models in this unit have a move characteristic of 20 inches instead of 16, while this unit contains 3 models. As explodes, with units within 3 inches suffering a mortal wound. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Fly, and Landspeeders. Our Rhino has a damage table. Starts at 10 wounds, and when it has 6 to 10 wounds, it can move 12 inches. Bliss skill 3 with 3 attacks. 3 to 5 wounds remaining, it moves 6 inches. Hit Bliss skill 4. And D3 attacks. 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 3 inches. Bliss skill 5, and 1 attack. Its weapon skill is 6 up, strength 6, toughness 7, 10 wounds, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It is a single model equipped with a Storm Bolter. It can take a Hunter-Killer missile, and it may take an additional Storm Bolter. Has self-repair. Roll a d6 at the start of each of your turns. On a 6, this model regains 1 lost wound. Has smoke launchers and explodes, with models within 6 inches suffering d3 mortal wounds. It's a transport. Can transport up to 10 Chapter infantry models. Cannot transport Jump Pack, Terminator, Primaris, or Centurion models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, and Rhino. The Rhino Primaris starts at 10 wounds as well. It can move 12 inches, hitting on 3s with 3 attacks. From 3 to 5 wounds, it moves 6 inches, hitting on 4s with D3 attacks. And from 1 to 2 wounds left, it moves 3 inches, Bliss skill 5, with 1 attack. Weapon skill is 6+, strength 6, toughness 7, 10 wounds, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It is a single model equipped with a twin plasma gun and an orbital array. Warrior options: it may take a Hunter-Killer missile, has self-repair, smoke launchers, explodes, with units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds, a servo skull hub. In each of your shooting phases, choose one of the following effects. Targeting data skull. Add 1 to hit rolls made for a single friendly chapter unit within 12 inches of this model until the end of phase. Repair skull. Choose a single chapter vehicle unit within 12 inches of this model. That model regains 1 lost wound. Vox skull. Subtract 1 from the morale test taken for friendly chapter units within 12 inches of this model until your next shooting phase. And remember, having your morale subtracted from is good. The lower the number, the better in the new edition. Transport. This model can transport 6 chapter infantry models. It cannot transport Jump Pack, Primaris, Terminator, or Centurion models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, and Rhino Primaris. You have our Razorback. From 6 to 10 wounds remaining, it moves 12 inches, hitting on 3s with 3 attacks. From 3 to 5 wounds remaining, it moves 6 inches, hitting on 4s with D3 attacks. 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 3 inches with Bliss Skill 5 with 1 attack. Weapon skill is 6+, Strength 6, Toughness 7, 10 wounds, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It's a single model equipped with a twin heavy bolter. This model may replace its twin heavy bolter with a twin las cannon, twin assault cannon, twin heavy flamer, or a las cannon and twin plasma gun. This model may take a hunted killer missile, and it may take a storm bolter. Has explodes with models within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds, and smoke launchers. It can transport 6 chapter infantry models, cannot transport Jump Pack, Terminator, Primaris, or Centurion models. So your Razorbacks can only transport 6 models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, and Razorback. A Drop Pod has no movement, no weapon skill. Its Bliss skill hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 6, 8 wounds, no attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Drop Pod is a single model equipped with a Storm Bolter. This model may replace its Storm Bolter with a Deathwind launcher. Has Drop Pod Assault. During deployment, you can set this model along with any units embarked within it in orbit instead of placing it on the battlefield. At the end of any of your movement phases, this model can perform a Drop Pod Assault. Set it up on the battlefield anywhere that is more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Any model embarked must immediately disembark, but they must set up more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Any models that cannot be set up this way are considered slain. It is immobile. After this model has been set up in the battlefield, it cannot move for any reason, and so no units can embark upon it. It is a transport, can carry up to 10 chapter infantry models. It cannot transport Jump Pack, Terminator, Primaris, or Centurion models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, and Drop Pod. Stormhawk Interceptor. It starts at 10 wounds, can move 20 to 60 inches. Bliss skill hitting on 3s with 3 attacks. 3 to 5 wounds remaining. It moves 20 to 40 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 4s with D3 attacks. 1 to 2 wounds remaining, moves 20 to 25 inches, Bliss skill 5+ with 1 attack. Weapon skill 6+, Strength 6, Toughness 7, 10 wounds, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Is a single model equipped with 2 assault cannons, 2 heavy bolters, and an Icarus storm cannon. This model may replace its 2 heavy bolters with a Skyhammer missile launcher or a Typhoon missile launcher. This model may replace its Icarus storm cannon with a las talon. It has airborne, so it cannot charge and can only be charged by things that fly, and can only attack or be attacked in the fight phase by units that fly. It has crash and burn. Units within 6 inches suffer D3 mortal wounds when it explodes. Infernum Halo Launcher. You can reroll saves of 1 for this model. It has Supersonic. Each time this model moves, first pivot it up on the spot up to 90 degrees, and then move this model straight forward. Note that it cannot pivot again in the initial pivot. When this model advances, increase the move characteristic by 20 inches till the end of the phase. Do not roll a dice. Hard to hit. Your opponent must subtract 1 from his hit rolls for attacks that target the model in the shooting phase. Interceptor. You can add 1 to hit rolls for this model when targeting an enemy in the shooting phase that can fly. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Fly, and Stormhawk Interceptor. A Storm Talon gunship starts at 10 wounds, and 6 to 10 wounds can move 20 to 50 inches. Bliss skill hitting on 3s with 3 attacks. 3 to 5 wounds, it moves 20 to 35 inches, hitting on 4s and D3 attacks. From 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 20 inches. Bliss skill hitting on 5s and 1 attack. Weapon skill is 6, Strength 6, Toughness 6, 10 wounds, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It's a single model equipped with twin assault cannon and 2 heavy bolters. This model may replace its 2 heavy bolters with 2 las cannons, a Skyhammer missile launcher, or a Typhoon missile launcher. It has airborne, supersonic, hard to hit, interceptor, hoverjet. Before this model moves in your movement phase, you can declare it will hover. Its move characteristic becomes 20 inches until the end of the phase, and it loses the airborne, hard-to-hit, and supersonic abilities until the beginning of your next movement phase. Crash and burn, units within 6 inches suffer D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Fly, and Storm Talon Gunship. Devastator Squad. Anybody can move 6 inches. The Marines and Sergeants hit on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 1 wound. Sergeant has 2 attacks, Leadership 8 and a 3-up save. The regular Marines have 1 attack, Leadership 7 and a 3-up save. The Cherub has weapon skill hitting on 6s, Noblest skill, Strength 2, Toughness 4, 1 wound, 1 attack, Leadership 3, and a 6-up save. The unit contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Space Marines. It can include up to 5 additional Space Marines. Each model is armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades. This unit may be accompanied by an Armorium Cherub, which is not armed with any weapons. The Space Marine Sergeant may replace his bolt gun with items from the Sergeant weapons list. Up to 4 Marines may replace their bolt gun with items from the heavy weapons list. They have, and they shall know no fear, Combat Squad, a Signum. Before this unit shoots in the shooting phase, you can choose 1 model from this unit that is within 3 inches of its Sergeant. You can add 1 to hit rolls made for your chosen model's weapon this phase. The Armorium Cherub, once per game, after a model in this unit fired, an Armorium Cherub can reload that model's weapons. When it does so, remove the Armorium Cherub, and that model can immediately shoot again. The removal of an Armorium Cherub, for any reason, is ignored for the purposes of morale. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry and Devastator Squad. We have the Centurion Devastator Squad. Can move 4 inches, hitting on 3s, Strength and Toughness 5, 3 wounds. Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 2-up save. The Regulars having 2 attacks, Leadership 7, and a 2-up save. So it contains 1 Sergeant and 2 Centurions, can include up to 3 additional. Each model is armed with 2 Heavy Bolters and a Hurricane Bolter. Any model may replace his Hurricane Bolter with a Centurion Missile Launcher. Any model may replace his 2 Heavy Bolters with either 2 Las Cannons or a Grav Cannon and Grav Amp. Have, and they shall know no fear, Combat Squad, Decimator Protocols. Models in this unit do not suffer a penalty to hit rolls for moving and firing heavy weapons, and Omniscope. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Centurion, and Centurion Devastator Squad. The Hellblaster Squad moves 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, with 2 wounds. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Hellblaster has 2 attacks, Leadership 7, and a 3-up save. It contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Hellblasters. Each model is armed with a Plasma Incinerator, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. They have, and they shall know no fear. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Infantry, Primaris, and Hellblaster Squad. The Thunderfire Cannon. The cannon itself can move 3 inches, weapon skill 6, bliss skill 3, strength 3, toughness 6, 4 wounds, 1 attack, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. The Tech Marine Gunner can move 6 inches, weapon skill 3, bliss skill 2+, strength toughness 4, 2 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. Unit contains a cannon and a Marine Gunner. The cannon shoots using the Thunderfire cannon profile below. The Tech Marine Gunner is armed with 2 servo arms, a bolt pistol, a plasma cutter, and a flamer. Abilities they have, and they shall know no fear. Blessing of the Omnisaya. New ones are Artillery. A Thunderfire cannon can only fire its ranged weapon if a friendly Chapter Tech Marine Gunner is within 3 inches. A single Tech Marine Gunner cannot operate multiple Thunderfire cannon in this way in a single turn. If at any point there are no Tech Marine Gunners within 6 inches of a Thunderfire cannon, it immediately shuts down and is removed from play. So a Tech Marine Gunner has a Thunderfire cannon, and its Tech Marine Gunner must be deployed as a single group with each model within 3 inches of one another. From that point on, the Thunderfire cannon and the Tech Marine Gunner act as separate units. So you can move them apart, but if you move your Tech Marine away, the Thunderfire cannon dies. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords for the Thunderfire cannon are Vehicle, Artillery, and Thunderfire cannon. Keywords for the Tech Marine are Character, Infantry, and Tech Marine. Getting into the tank variants. So all of the damage tables for all of these are the same. So I'm just going to go over that portion once, and then the stat lines on their own. Because I think the stat lines... No, the stat lines are all the same as well, actually. So I'm just going over the stat line and the damage table, and then they might have different abilities in Wargear. So all of the stat lines for our Predator, Whirlwind, Vindicator, and Hunter go as the following. They all start at 11 wounds. From 6 to 11 wounds, Oh, sorry, I was wrong. The Predator and the Whirlwind we'll go over, and then the Vindicator and Hunter are separate. So the Predator and Whirlwind start at 11 wounds, and from 6 to 11 wounds can move 12 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 3s and 3 attacks. From 3 to 5 wounds, they can move 6 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 4s, D3 attacks. From 1 to 2 wounds remaining, they can move 3 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 5s and 1 attack. Their weapon skills are 6 up, Strength 6, Toughness 7, 11 wounds, Leadership 8, and a 3 up save. The Predator is a single model equipped with a Predator autocannon. It may replace its autocannon with a twin las cannon. It may take 2 heavy bolters or 2 las cannons. It may take a hunter killer missile, and it may take a storm bolter. It has storm launchers and explodes with models within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. The Whirlwind is a single model armed with a Whirlwind Vengeance launcher. It may replace its Vengeance launcher with a Whirlwind Castellan launcher. It may take a hunter killer missile, and it may take a storm bolter. It has smoke launchers and explodes with the units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Chapter, keywords are Vehicle and Whirlwind, and for the Predator are Vehicle and Predator. For the Vindicator and the Hunter, they start at 11 wounds each, and from 6 to 11 wounds can move 10 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 3s with 3 attacks. 3 to 5 wounds remaining, they can move 5 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 4s with D3 attacks. And from 1 to 2 wounds, they can move 3 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 5s with 1 attack. Vindicator is a single model equipped with a Demolish cannon. It may take a hunter killer missile and a storm bolter. Smoke launchers, and explodes with units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle and Vindicator. The Hunter is equipped with a Sky Spear missile launcher. It may take a hunter killer missile, and it may take a storm bolter. It has smoke launchers and explodes with units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium and Adeptus Astartes and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle and Hunter. We have our Stalker. A Stalker starts with 11 wounds. From 6 to 11 wounds, moves 10 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 3s and 3 attacks. 3 to 5 wounds, it moves 5 inches, hitting on 4s with D3 attacks. From 1 to 6... That's a mistake, another typo. From 1 to 2 wounds remaining, I'm assuming that is, it moves 3 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 5s, and 1 attack. It has weapon skill 6+, Strength 6, Toughness 8, 11 wounds, Leadership 8, and a 3 up save. A Stalker is a single model equipped with 2 Icarus storm cannons. It may take a hunter killer missile, and it may take a storm bolter. Has smoke launchers and explodes with units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle and Stalker. We then have our Storm Raven gunship. Starts at 14 wounds, and from 8 to 14 wounds can move 20 to 45 inches. Bliss skill hitting on 3s with 3 attacks. 4 to 7 wounds remaining, it moves 20 to 30 inches. Bliss skill hitting on 4s with D3 attacks. And from 1 to 3 wounds remaining, it moves 20 inches. Bliss skill hitting on 5s and 1 attack. Its weapon skill is a 6+, Strength 8, Toughness 7, 14 wounds, Leadership 9, and a 3 up save. It's a single model equipped with twin assault cannon, a twin heavy bolter, and 2 storm strike missile launchers. This model may replace its twin assault cannon with twin las cannon or twin heavy plasma cannon. This model may replace its twin heavy bolter with a twin multi-melta or typhoon missile launcher, and it may take 2 hurricane bolters. It has airborne, supersonic, hard to hit, hover jet, crash and burn with units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds, and power the machine spirit. This model does not suffer the penalty to hit rolls from moving and firing heavy weapons. It can transport up to 12 Chapter infantry models and 1 Chapter dreadnought. Each jump pack or Terminator model that takes space of 2 other infantry models, and each Centurion takes a space of 3 other infantry models. It cannot transport Primaris models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, Fly, and Storm Raven gunship. Our Land Raider. So our regular Land Raider and the Crusader have the same stat line and damage table. So Land Raider and the Land Raider Crusader both start at 16 wounds, and from 9 to 16 wounds remaining, move 10 inches, have Bliss skill hitting on 3s and 6 attacks. From 5 to 8 wounds remaining, they move 5 inches, Bliss skill of 4+, and with D6 attacks. From 1 to 4 wounds remaining, they move 3 inches, hit on 5s with 1 attack. Their weapon skill is 6+, Strength 8, Toughness 8, 16 wounds, 9 leadership, and a 2-up save. A Crusader is a single model equipped with a twin assault cannon and 2 hurricane bolters. The Crusader may take a hunter killer missile, it may take a storm bolter, and it may take a multi-melta. It has smoke launchers, frag assault launchers, So this is the Crusader again. Roll a d6 each time this model finishes a charge within 1 inch of an enemy. On a 4+, that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds, has power of the Machine Spirit, and explodes, with units within 6 inches suffering d6 mortal wounds. This model can transport 16 Chapter Infantry models. Each jump pack or Terminator it takes up the space of 2, and each Centurion takes up the space of 3. It cannot transport Primaris models. The Land Raider, the original, is a single model equipped with twin heavy bolter and 2 twin las cannons. It may take a hunter killer missile, it may take a storm bolter, and it may take a multi-melta. Has explodes, units within 6 inches suffering d6 mortal wounds, power of the Machine Spirit, and smoke launchers. It can transport 10 Chapter Infantry models. Each jump pack or Terminator takes the spots of 2, and each Centurion taking the spot of 3. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, and Land Raider. So our Land Raider Redeemer has the same stat line and damage table as the Land Raider Excelsior. So they both start with 16 wounds. From 9 to 16 remaining, they move 10 inches, bliss skill hitting on 3s and 6 attacks. From 5 to 8 wounds remaining, they move 5 inches, bliss skill hitting on 4s and d6 attacks. Remaining wounds 1 to 4, they move 3 inches, bliss skill hitting on 5s and 1 attack. The Redeemer has weapon skill 6+, they both have weapon skill 6+, strength 8, toughness 8, 16 wounds, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. The Redeemer is a single model equipped with a twin assault cannon and 2 flamestorm cannons. It may take a hunter killer missile, a storm bolter, and it may take a multi-melta. Smoke launchers, frag assault launchers, power of the Machine Spirit, and explodes, with units within 6 inches suffering d6 mortal wounds. It can transport 12 infantry models, with Gem Pack and Terminator models taking 2 spots, Centurions 3, and it cannot transport Primaris models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Vehicle, Transport, Land Raider, and Land Raider Redeemer. The Excelsior is a single model equipped with 2 twin las cannons and a grav cannon and grav amp. It may take a hunter killer missile, may take a storm bolter, may take a multi-melta, and may take a combi plasma. Has the Aquila Aegis Field, so it has a 5-up invuln save. Has data augers. While this model is within 24 inches of any friendly Chapter Rhinos Primaris, add 1 to its hit rolls for shooting attacks. It has smoke launchers, rites of battle, so you can reroll hit rolls of 1 for friendly Chapter units within 6 inches of this model, power of the Machine Spirit, and explodes, with the units within 6 inches suffering d6 mortal wounds. This model can transport 10 Chapter Infantry models. Each jump pack or Terminator model takes a space of 2, and Centurions take the place of 3. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Chapter. Keywords are Character, Vehicle, Land Raider, Transport, and Land Raider Excelsior. I have the big boy himself. So now we're going to get into a few Ultramarines characters. So all these, rather than being brackets Legion, have the faction keyword Ultramarines because they can only be included in Ultramarines detachments, whereas anything previously couldn't be included in any keyword chapter, whether it's one you made up or one that's already in the fluff. So Guilliman here can move 8 inches, weapon skill and bliss skill hitting on 2s, strength and toughness 6, 9 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 10, and a 2-up save. Guilliman is a single model armed with the Emperor's Sword and the Hand of Dominion. Only one of this model can be included in any army. Has They Shall Know No Fear, the Armor of Fate is a 3-up invuln save. In addition, the first time he is reduced to 0 wounds, roll a d6. On a 4-up, send him up again at the end of the phase, as close as possible to his previous position, and more than 1 inch from any enemies, with d6 wounds remaining. As author of the Codex, if your army is battle-forged, you receive an additional 3 command points if he is your warlord. Master of Battle, you can add 1 to the advance and charge rolls for friendly Imperium units within 12 inches of him, and reroll hit rolls of 1 and failed morale tests for these units. It's the 13th Primarch. You can reroll any failed hit and wound rolls for friendly Ultramarines units within 6 inches of Roboute Guilliman. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Monster, Primarch, and Roboute Guilliman. Butchering these names. Marnius Calgar moves 5 inches, hits on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 7 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. He's a single model armed with gauntlets of Ultramar and a relic blade. Only 1 Calgar may be included in any army. Abilities: They Shall Know No Fear, the Armor of Antilochus. Marnius Calgar has 4-up invuln save. In addition, all damage suffered by him is halved, rounding up. So if you roll a d3 and you roll a 2, he only suffers 1. If you roll a 3, you cut it in half, 1.5, rounding up to 2. Chapter Master, you can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Ultramarines units within 6 inches of him. Master Tactician, if your army is battle-forged, you can add 2 command points if he is your warlord, and Teleport Strike. So his Deep Strike. His faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, Terminator, and Martius Calgar. Martius Calgar in Artificer Armor can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, Strength and Toughness 4, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. He's a single model armed with Gauntlets of Ultramar and a Relic Blade, and only 1 in any army. Has, and they shall know no fear, Chapter Master, Iron Halo for a 4-up Invulnerable, and Master Tactician. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, and Martius Calgar. We have Captain Sicarius. Can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, Strength Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Single model armed with the Talisarian Tempest Blade, a Plasma Pistol, Frag Grenades, and Crack Grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has, and they shall know no fear, Iron Halo, Rites of Battle, Battleforged Heroes. Friendly Ultramarines tactical squads within 6 inches of him can always fight first in the fight phase, even if they didn't charge. If the unit they're fighting has that, you alternate with the player starting whose turn it is. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Captain Sicarius. Chief Librarian Tigurius. Moves 6 inches, hits on 3s, Strength Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model armed with a Rod of Tigurius, Bolt Pistol, Frag, and Crack Grenades. Has, and they shall know no fear, and the Hood of Hellfire. You can add 1 to deny the witch rolls you take for Chief Librarian Tigurius against enemy psychers within 12 inches. In addition, you can re-roll failed psychic tests taken for Chief Librarian Tigurius. As Master Prescience, your opponents must subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target him. As a psyker, you can attempt to manifest 2 powers and attempt to deny 2 powers. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Librarian, and Psyker, and Tigurius. Chaplain Cassius can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model with Infernus, a Bolt Pistol, a Crozius Arcanum, Frag Grenades, and Crack Grenades. And only 1 in any army. Has, and they shall know no fear, a Rosarius for a 4-up Invuln, Inspired Retribution. Roll a dice each time a friendly Ultramarines model within 6 inches of him is slain in the fight phase. On a 6, the unit that made that attack suffers a mortal wound after it has finished making its attacks. Litanies of Hate. You can reroll failed hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly Ultramarines within 6 inches of him. Spiritual Leader, he has Spiritual Leader as well. All friendly Ultramarine units that are within 6 inches of him in the Morale phase can use his leadership instead of their own. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Chaplain, and Cassius. Sergeant Telion can move 7 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, bliss skill hitting on 2s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 4-up save. He's a single model armed with Quietus, a Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades, and only 1 can be taken in any army. Has, and they shall know no fear, Camo Cloak. He has Voice of Experience. In each of your shooting phases, you can add 1 to all hit rolls made for a single friendly Ultramarine Scout unit within 3 inches of Sergeant Telion. Infiltrator. When you set up Sergeant Telion during deployment, he can set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches from the enemy deployment zone. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Scout, and Telion. Sergeant Cronus. As a tank commander, he moves and has weapon skill as the vehicle does. Bliss skill is a 2+, and the rest of his stat line is as the vehicle does. As infantry, he moves 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, bliss skill hitting on 2s, Strength and Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A single Rhino, Razorback, Predator, Vindicator, Whirlwind, Hunter, Stalker, Land Raider Crusader, or Land Raider Redeemer in your army can take the Sergeant Cronus as an upgrade. Your army may include 1 Sergeant Cronus. Abilities has, and they shall know no fear, and Tank Commander. Sergeant Cronus always begins the game commanding a vehicle. Whilst commanding the vehicle, use the vehicle's normal profile, weapons, abilities, keywords, and characteristics. With the exception of a Ballista skill, use Sergeant Cronus' Ballista skill of 2+ when firing the vehicle instead. If Sergeant Cronus is commanding a vehicle at the start of your turn, he can restore 1 lost wound it has suffered. If Sergeant Cronus' vehicle has been reduced to 0 wounds, set him up within 3 inches before removing the vehicle from the battlefield. He is treated as a passenger disembarking from a destroyed transport. Assuming he survives, he then uses his infantry profile above and the keywords below. He is equipped with a bolt pistol, servo arm, and frag and crack grenades. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Cronus. That's really cool. I like that kind of flavor. So Tyrannic War Veterans. Tyrannic War Veteran can move 6 inches, hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 1 wound. Sergeant has 3 attacks, leadership 9, a 3-up save. Regular veterans have 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It contains 1 sergeant and 3 veterans, can add up to 6 additional veterans. Each model is equipped with a special issue bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. They have Initial No Fear, Combat Squad, and Avenge the Fallen First. You can reroll failed hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by this unit that target Tyranids. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Infantry, Tyrannic War Veteran. We have the Terminus Ultra. I do not know what this is, so we will find out. Some of this model's characteristic changes the damage suffers. So it starts at 16 wounds, in which case it can move 10 inches, plus skill hitting on 3s, and has 6 attacks. It can move from 5 to 8 wounds remaining. It moves 5 inches, hitting on 4s with D6 attacks. From 1 to 4 wounds remaining, it moves 3 inches, plus skill hitting on 3s and 1 attack. It is a single model equipped with 3 twin las cannons and 2 las cannons. This model may take a Hunter-Killer missile, may take a Stormbolter, and may take a Multi-Melta. It has smoke launchers, Power the Machine Spirit, Power Overload, which is if you roll 3 or more hit rolls of 1 for this model's las cannons or twin las cannons in the same phase, it experiences Power Overload and suffers 6 mortal wounds. So don't. Explodes. If it explodes, each model within 6 inches suffers D6 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Ultramarines. Keywords are Vehicle, Land Raider, and Terminus Ultra. Alright, so starting here, Imperial Fists. Starting now, basically, we're going to see units that are unique only to certain chapters. Anything before with the bracket chapter keyword won't be in these sections going forward. We'll just have things that are unique to like the Imperial Fists, whether that's characters or actual units like Space Wolves, Blood Angels, that kind of thing. So starting here, we have the Imperial Fists with Captain Lysander. Captain Lysander has 5-inch movement, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. It's a single model armed with the Fist of Dorn, and only 1 can be taken in your army. Has Initial No Fear, Iron Halo, and Storm Shield, so it has a 3-up invuln save. Has the Rites of Battle. You can reroll rolls of 1 made for any friendly Imperial Fist unit within 6 inches of him. Teleport Strike, Teleport Strike you can set up in reserves and deep strike him on at the end of your movement phase, 9 inches away from any enemy. Icon of Obstinacy. Add 1 to the leadership of all friendly Imperial Fist units within 6 inches of him. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Imperial Fists, Character, Infantry, Captain, Terminator, Lysander. So going forward, you'll see, well, if I can improve my Imperial Fists, how do I? Anything that had bracket chapter as its keyword can be an Imperial Fist. You can switch anything in and out of that chapter slot. And Crimson Fists have Pedro Cantor. He can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and 2-up save. This is a single model armed with Dorn's Arrow, a Power Fist, frag and crack grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has Initial No Fear, has an Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln save, has Chapter Master, you can reroll any failed hit rolls for friendly Crimson Fists within 6 inches of him. Oath of Ryan, all friendly Crimson Fist models within add 1 to their attack characteristic while within 6 inches of him. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Crimson Fists. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, and Pedro Cantor. There are Black Templars, so now we'll start seeing unique units to certain chapters. High Marshal Helbrecht can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. This is a single model armed with the Sword of the High Marshals, a Combi Melta, frag and crack grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has Initial No Fear, Chapter Master for Black Templars, Crusade of Wrath, all friendly Black Templar models within add 1 to their strength characteristic while they are within 6 inches of him, and has Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Black Templars. Keyword are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, High Marshal Helbrecht. You have the Emperor's Champion. You can move 6 inches, hitting on 2s weapon skill and 3s for ballistic skill, strength and toughness 4, 4 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and 2-up save. Single model armed with a black sword, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has Initial No Fear, Sigismund's Honor. You can add 1 to the Emperor's Champion's strength and attacks characteristic while he is within 1 inch of any enemy characters. Has Slayer Champions. You can reroll any failed hit rolls made for this model in the fight phase when attacking enemy characters. Armor of Faith, the Emperor's Champion has a 4-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Black Templars. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Emperor's Champion. We have Chaplain Grimaldus. Can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 4 wounds, leadership 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Chaplain Grimaldus is a single model armed with a Crocius Arcanum, plasma pistol, frag and crack grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has an National No Fear, Litanies of Hate for Black Templars, so you can reroll any failed hit rolls in the fight phase for any friendly Black Templars within 6 inches of him. Spiritual Leader, all friendly Black Templars units within 6 inches of him can use his morale instead of their own for tests. Rosarius, Chaplain Grimaldus has a 4-up invuln save. Has Unmatched Zeal. You can roll a hit roll. If you roll a hit roll of 6 in the fight phase for a friendly Black Templar unit within 6 inches of him, you can immediately make a 1 additional attack with this model. Those bonus attacks don't themselves create bonus attacks. You have Cenobite Servitors. They can move 5 inches, they hit on 5s, strength and toughness 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6, and a 4-up save. This unit contains 3 Cenobite Servitors. Each model is armed with a close combat weapon. Only 1 unit of Servitors may be included in your army of Cenobite Servitors. So their abilities are Mind Swiped. Cenobite Servitors improve their weapon skill to 4+, and their leadership to 9 when they are within 6 inches of Chaplain Grimaldus. Relic of Hell's Reach. Friendly Black Templars automatically pass morale tests while stay within 12 inches of any models from this unit. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Black Templars. Keywords are Infantry, Servitors, and Cenobite Servitors. The Crusader Squad has Initiates, Neophytes, and Sword Brothers. They can all move 6 inches. Everybody hits on 3s, strength and toughness 4 with 1 wound. The Sword Brother has 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. The Neophyte has 1 attack, leadership 6, and a 4-up save. And the Initiate has 1 attack, 7 leadership, and a 3-up save. So it contains 5 Initiates. It can include up to 5 additional Initiates. It can also include up to 5 Neophytes, or up to 10 Neophytes. A Sword Brother can take the place of 1 Initiate. Each model is armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. A Sword Brother may replace his bolt pistol with a bolt gun, his bolt pistol and bolt gun with items from the Sergeant Equipment list. Any Initiate can replace his bolt gun with a chainsword. 1 Initiate may replace his bolt gun with an item from the Special Weapons list. 1 Initiate may replace his bolt gun with an item from the Heavy Weapons list, or a Power Sword, Power Axe, Power Maul, or Power Fist. Any Neophyte may replace his bolt gun with an Astartes shotgun or a combat knife. They shall know no fear. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Black Templars. Keywords are Infantry and Crusader Squad. Now we have the Raven Guard. So the Raven Guard, we have Kayvan Shrike. I really hope I'm pronouncing that properly because I like Raven Guard. They move 12 inches, he moves 12 inches, hitting on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, a 3-up save. The single model armed with the Raven's Talons, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades, and only 1 can be included in any army. Has National No Fear, Chapter Master Raven Guard. You can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Raven Guard within 6 inches of him. Winged Deliverance. You can reroll failed charge rolls for friendly Raven Guard. Jump Pack units within 6 inches of him. Jump Pack Assault, so you can set him up in reserve, and deep strike him 9 inches away from any enemy, and has an Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Raven Guard. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, and Jump Pack Fly, and Shrike. We have the Salamanders. Vulcan Heston. Can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Is a sling model armed with Gauntlet of the Forge, Spear Vulcan, a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has National No Fear, Rites of Battle, so you can reroll hit rolls of 1 made for friendly Salamanders within 6 inches of them. Has Caesar's Mantle. Vulcan Heston has a 3-up invuln save, and has Forge Father. You can reroll failed hit and wound rolls for friendly Salamander models within 6 inches of them that are firing Melta or Flame weapons. For the purposes of this ability, a Melta weapon is any weapon profile whose name includes the word Melta, e.g. Melta Gun, Multi-Melta, etc. A Flame weapon is any weapon profile whose name includes the word Flame, e.g. Flamer, Heavy Flamer, Flamestorm Cannon, Flamestorm Gauntlets, etc. Vulcan Heston's Gauntlet of the Forge is also a flame weapon. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Salamanders. Keywords are Character, Infantry Captain, and Vulcan Heston. The White Scars. So here we'll start seeing some more specific units to them as well. Well, wait, never mind, maybe later. Corsaro Khan, on his own, can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. It's a single model armed with Moonfang, a bolt, pistol, and frag and crack grenades, and only 1 in any army. Has a national no fear, rights of battle, so reroll hit rolls of 1 made for friendly white scars within 6 inches of him. For the con, add 1 to the strength of friendly white scars units within 6 inches of him when they attack in the fight phase if they charge this turn. Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and White Scars. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Captain, and Corsaro Khan. And now when he's on Moondrican, he can move 14 inches, hits on 2s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model, armed with Moonfang, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades. His bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun, and only 1 can be included in your army, so you can't have him on Moondrican and him on his foot, obviously, because he's the same guy. It has National No Fear, Rights of Battle, Turbo Boost, so when he's advancing, just automatically move 6, not d6, has For the Con, and Iron Halo. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and White Scars. Keywords are Biker, Character, Captain, and Corsaro Khan. Legion of the Damned. I'm really excited these guys are in here. Damned Legionnaires. Can move 5 inches, hit on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4 with 1 wound. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 10 and a 3-up save. Regular Legionnaire has 2 attacks, Leadership 10 and a 3-up save. This model contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Legionnaires. It can contain up to 5 additional Legionnaires. Each model is armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. Their options. 1 Legionnaire may replace his bolt gun with a flamer, melta gun, or plasma gun. 1 Legionnaire may replace his bolt gun with a heavy flamer or multi-melta. The Legionnaire Sergeant may replace his bolt gun with a chainsword, power fist, power axe, power sword, or power maul. The Legionnaire Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol with a plasma pistol or stormbolter. Abilities are, and they shall know no fear, aid unlooked for. During deployment, you can set up this unit in the ether instead of placing it on the battlefield. At the end of any of your movement phases, it can materialize, set it up anywhere on the battlefield more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Flaming projectiles. Enemy units do not gain bonus from cover when they're the target of shooting attacks from this unit. Unyielding Spectres. All models in this unit have a 3-up invuln save, so 3-up armor and invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Legion of the Damned. Keywords are Infantry and Damned Legionnaires. So now we're getting to the Blood Angel phase. There's a whole phase for the Blood Angels. Feel better, guys. So abilities, they have They Shall Know No Fear, the Black Rage. So this is where we're going to start seeing a lot of detail in chapter specifics. You have the Black Rage. You can add 1 to this unit's attacks characteristic in the fight phase if charged in the preceding charge phase. In addition, roll a d6 each time this unit loses a wound. On a roll of 6, the damage is ignored. They have also have Jump Pack Assault, which is their deep strike, set them up in reserve, put them on the table 9 inches away from any enemy model. Blood Angels Chapter. The following Space Marines datasheets can be from the Blood Angels Chapter, though the following that are those that are replace the chapter keyword on their datasheet. In all instances with Blood Angels, if a Space Marine unit does not appear on the list below, it cannot be from the Blood Angels chapter, and so cannot have the Blood Angels faction keyword. Blood Angels Psychers generate their psychic powers from the Sanguinary Discipline below instead of Librarian Discipline. So the following units can be taken by the Blood Angels. Assault Squad, Attack Bike Squad, Captain, Captain in Gravis Armor, Captain in Terminator Armor, Captain on Bike, Chaplain, Chaplain in Terminator Armor, Chaplain on Bike, Company Ancient, Company Champion, Company Veterans, Devastator Squad, Dreadnought, Drop Pod, Hellblaster Squad, Imperial Space Marine, Inceptor Squad, Intercessor Squad, Land Raider Crusader, Land Raider Excelsior, Land Raider Redeemer, Land Speeders, Librarian, Librarian Terminator Armor, Librarian Bike, Predator, Primaris Ancient, Primaris Lieutenants, Razorback, Rhino, Rhino Primaris, Sanguinary Novitiate, use the Apothecary datasheet, Scout Bike Squad, Scout Squad, Servitors, Sternguard Veteran Squad, Storm Raven Gunship, Tactical Squad, Tech Marine on Bike, Terminator Assault Squad, Terminator Squad, Vanguard Veteran Squad, Vindicator, and Whirlwind. If it was not on that list, you cannot take it in your Blood Angels army. You can have it be a separate detachment, but it cannot have the Blood Angels keyword. There you have it. So the Sanguinary Discipline. So actually we'll take a look at their Wargear. Blood Angels have a couple additions to Wargear. So in Space Marine chapters, add the following weapons to the pistols and sergeant equipment when using Blood Angels. So sergeants and pistols can take Infernal Pistols and Hand Flamers, and add to the heavy weapons a Heavy Flamer for Blood Angels. The Sanguinary Discipline has Blood Boil, has a warp charge value of 5. If manifested, select a visible enemy unit within 18 inches of Psyker and roll 3 dice. The target suffers a mortal wound for each result that equals or exceeds its toughness characteristic. Has Shield Sanguinius, has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select a friendly Blood Angels unit within 12 inches of the Psyker. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, that unit has a 4-up invuln save. And Unleash Rage has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select a friendly Blood Angels unit within 12 inches of the Psyker. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, that unit has +1 attack. Alright, now the Blood Angel specific characters and units. Commander Dante can move 12 inches, weapon skill and the skill hitting on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 6 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Is a single model armed with the Axe Mortalis, an Inferno Pistol, frag and crack grenades. Only one of this model may be included in your army. Now again, we went through the Wargear for these guys previously, so if you want to, click on the Wargear timestamp if you want to check that out. The abilities have the initial No Fear, Chapter Master, you can reroll failed to hit rolls for friendly Blood Angels, units within 6 inches of Dante. You have Jump Pack Assault, Death Mask, any enemy unit suffers -1 modifier for their leadership if they are within 3 inches of any models wearing a Death Mask, and Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, Jump Pack, Fly, and Commander Dante. Captain Tycho can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Tycho is a single model armed with a Blood Song, Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades, and only one in your army. Has initial No Fear, Rites of Battle, so you can reroll hit rolls of 1 made for friendly Blood Angels within 6 inches of him. Abhor the Beast, Captain Tycho may make D3 additional close combat attacks if he is within 1 inch of any enemy orcs after he is piloted in the fight phase. It has an Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Captain, and Tycho. Tycho the Lost can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, Strength Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. He's a single model armed with Blood Song, a Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades, and you can only take 1 Tycho. It has a National No Fear and the Black Rage. It has an Iron Halo and Abhor the Beast. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angels, Death Company. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Tycho. The Librarian Dreadnought can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, split skill hitting on 3s, Strength 6, Toughness 7, 8 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. The Librarian Dreadnought is a single model armed with a Furioso Force Halberd, a Furioso Fist, and a Stormbolter. You may replace its Stormbolter with a Heavy Flamer or a Meltagun. As a Psychic Hood, you can add 1 to deny the witch tests you take for this model against enemy Psychers within 12 inches. Explodes, units within 3 inches suffer D3 mortal wounds, and has smoke launchers. Once per battle, instead of shooting any weapons, in the shooting phase this model can use its smoke launchers. Until your next shooting phase, your opponent must subtract 1 from all hit rolls from ranged weapons against this vehicle. Is a Psyker and can attempt to manifest 2 powers and attempt to deny 1. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Vehicle, Dreadnought, Librarian, Psyker, and Librarian Dreadnought. For Chief Librarian Mephiston, he can move 7 inches, hitting on 2s, Strength and Toughness 5, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Mephiston is a single model armed with a Plasma Pistol, the Sanguine Sword, Frag and Crack Grenades, and you can only take 1 in your army. Has an initial No Fear, Lord of Death. Each time Mephiston suffers an unsaved wound or a mortal wound, roll a d6. On a 5-up, the damage is ignored. Has a Psychic Hood. He's a Psyker and can attempt to manifest 2 powers and attempt to deny 2 powers. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Librarian, Psyker, Chief Librarian Mephiston. The Sanguinor can move 12 inches, weapon skill, bliss skill hitting on 2s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. He's a single model equipped with an Incarmine Broadsword, Fragger, and Crack Grenades. Has National No Fear, Aura of Fervor, so you can add 1 to the attacks characteristic of friendly Blood Angels infantry units within 6 inches of him. Has Avenging Angel, the Sanguinor can charge even if he has fallen back in the preceding movement phase. Death Mask has an Iron Halo and Jump Pack Assault. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Jump Pack, Fly, and the Sanguinor. Astarath can move 12 inches, hitting on 2s, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Astrath is a single model armed with the Executioner's Axe, a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, and you can only take one. They shall know no fear. Redeemer of the Lost, all friendly Blood Angels within 6 inches of him can use his leadership instead of their own. In addition, friendly Death Company units automatically pass morale tests if they are within 6 of him. Jump Pack Assault, Litanies of Hate, and Massive Doom. Once per battle, at the start of your movement phase, Astrath may chant the Massive Doom. Roll a d6 each friendly Blood Angel's infantry within 6 inches of him and apply the result below. On a 1, Frenzied Death Throes, the unit suffers a mortal wound. 2 to 5, Dark Wrath. You can add 1 to hit rolls made for this unit in the fight phase until the end of your turn. And 6 is Vessel of Sanguinius. You can add 1 to hit rolls made for this unit in the fight phase until the end of your turn. In addition, the unit has a 4-up invuln save until the end of your turn, and has Rosarius himself for a 4-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chaplain, Jump Pack, Fly, and Astorath. The Sanguinary Priest. Move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model armed with a bolt pistol, a chainsword, frag, and crack grenades. Wargear options, he can replace his bolt pistol with a bolt gun, or an item from the pistols or combi weapons list. The model may replace his chainsword with an item from the melee weapons list. This model may replace his bolt pistol with an item from the melee weapons list. This model may take a jump pack. If it does move, its move characteristic changes to 12 inches, and it gains jump pack and fly. Has They Shall Know No Fear. Blood Chalice, friendly Blood Angels, infantry, and biker units increase their strength characteristic by 1, whilst they are within 6 inches of any Sanguinary Priests. Has a Narthecium. At the end of your movement phases, the Sanguinary Priest can attempt to heal or revive a single model. Select a friendly Blood Angels, infantry, or biker unit within 3 inches of him. If that unit contains a wounded model, immediately heal D3 lost wounds. If the chosen unit contains no wounded models but has lost one, roll a d6. On a 4-up, the slain model is returned to the unit with 1 wound remaining. If he fails to revive a model in this manner, he can do nothing for the remainder of the turn. A unit can only be the target of 1 Narthecium ability once in each turn. And he has Jump Pack Assault as well. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Sanguinary Priest. We have him on a bike. He moves 14 inches, hits on 2's weapon skill, 3's for ballistic skill, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. A Sanguinary Priest on a bike is a single model armed with a bolt pistol, chainsword, frag and crack grenades, a blood chalice, and a Narthecium. His bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. Wargear options, he replaces bolt pistol with a bolt gun or an item from the melee, pistol, or combi weapons list. This model may replace his chainsword with an item from the melee weapons list. He has They Shall Know No Fear, Blood Chalice, and Narthecium. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Sanguinary Priest. Brother Corbulo can move 6 inches, bliss skill and weapon skill hitting on 2s, strength toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. This is a single model armed with Heaven's Teeth, bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, and he can only take 1. Has They Shall Know No Fear, an Narthecium. He has the Far-Seeing Eye. Once per turn, you can reroll a single dice roll made for him. The Red Grail, friendly Blood Angel infantry and biker units increase their strength characteristic by 1 while within 6 inches of any Sanguinary Priest. In addition, each time you make a hit roll of 6+ in the fight phase for a friendly Blood Angels unit within 6 inches of Brother Corbulo, that unit may immediately make another close combat attack using the same weapon. These bonus attacks do not themselves generate bonus attacks. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Sanguinary Priest, and Brother Corbulo. We have a Sanguinary Guard Ancient. He can move 12 inches, hits on 3s, Strength Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. The single model armed with an Angelus bolt gun and a Carmine sword for and crack grenades. This model may take a death mask. This model may replace his bolt gun with an Inferno pistol or plasma pistol. This model may replace his Carmine sword with an Carmine axe or power fist. He has They Shall Know No Fear, Death Mask, Jump Pack Assault, and he has a Blood Angels chapter banner. So friendly Blood Angels units within 6 inches of a banner do not need to take morale tests and reroll wound rolls of 1 in the fight phase. Heirs of Ascalon. You can reroll failed hit rolls for this model if it is within 6 inches of a Blood Angels warlord. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Ancient, Jump Pack, Fly, and Sanguinary Guard. We have a Terminator Ancient. So he moves 5 inches, hits on 3s, strength toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. A Terminator Ancient is a single model armed with a Lightning Claw. This model may replace his Lightning Claw with a Thunder Hammer. Has an initial no fear, Teleport Strike, Terminator Armor giving a 5-up invuln save, Archangel Standard. Friendly Blood Angels units within 6 inches of an Archangel Standard add 1 to their leadership characteristic, and you can reroll failed hit rolls for them in the fight phase. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Ancient, and Terminator. We have Death Company. They move 6 inches, hit on 3s, Strength Toughness 4, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. This unit contains 5 Death Company Marines. It may include up to 5 additional Death Company Marines, or 10 additional Marines. Each model is armed with a bolt pistol, a chainsword, frag, and crack grenades. Any model may replace his bolt pistol with a bolt gun, hand flamer, infernal pistol, plasma pistol, power axe, power fist, power maul, or a power sword. Any model may replace his chainsword with a power axe, power fist, power maul, or power sword. Any model may replace his chainsword and bolt pistol with a thunder hammer. The entire unit may take jump packs. If they do, increase their movement characteristic to 12 inches, and they gain jump pack and fly keywords. They have an initial no fear, Black Rage, and jump pack assault. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angels, Death Company, and keyword is Infantry. We have Lamarties. You can move 12 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bless skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Lamarties is a single model armed with the Blood Crozius, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades, and you can only take 1 in your army. Has a national no fear, jump pack assault, and a Rosarius for a 4-up invuln. He has Guardian of the Lost. All friendly Death Company units within 6 inches of him can use his leadership instead of their own. Fury Unbound. You can reroll failed charge rolls and failed hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly Death Company units within 6 inches of him. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angels, and Death Company. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chaplain, Jump Pack, Fly, and Lamarties. The Sanguinary Guard can move 12 inches. They hit on 3s, strength toughness 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. This unit contains 4 Sanguinary Guard. It may contain up to 6 additional Guard. Each is armed with an Angelus Bolt Gun and Carmine Sword, frag, and crack grenades. Any model may take a Death Mask. Any model may replace his Angelus Bolt Gun with an Infernal Pistol or a Plasma Pistol. Any model may replace his Carmine Sword with an Carmine Axe or Power Fist. They have National No Fear, Heirs of Ascalon, Death Mask, and Jump Pack Assault. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angels. Keywords are Infantry, Jump Pack, Fly, and Sanguinary Guard. The Death Company Dreadnought can move 8 inches, hits on 3s, strength 6, toughness 7, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. It is a single model equipped with 2 Furioso Fists, a Storm Bolter, and a Meltagun. This model may replace its 2 Furioso Fists with Blood Talons. The model may replace its Storm Bolter with a Heavy Flamer. This model may replace its Meltagun with a Heavy Flamer. This model may replace its Smoke Launchers with a Magna Grapple. It has Black Rage, explodes, units within 3 inches suffer D3 mortal wounds. It's Insatiable. This model may move up to 6 inches when consolidating at the end of the fight phase. Has Smoke Launchers and a Magna Grapple. Magna Grapple is if a model with a Magna Grapple targets a vehicle in the charge phase, you can add 2 to its charge roll. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Blood Angels, and Death Company. Keywords are Vehicle, Dreadnought, and Death Company Dreadnought. A Furioso Dreadnought can move 8 inches, hits on 3s, strength 6, toughness 7, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Furioso Dreadnought is a single model equipped with 2 Furioso Fists, a Storm Bolter, and a Meltagun. This model may replace 1 Furioso Fist with either its Storm Bolter or Meltagun with a Frag Cannon. This model may replace its 2 Furioso Fists with Blood Talons, may replace its Storm Bolter with a Heavy Flamer, may replace its Meltagun with a Heavy Flamer, and may replace its Smoke Launchers with a Magna Grapple. It explodes, giving units within 3 inches D3 mortal wounds, has a Magna Grapple and Smoke Launchers. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Vehicle, Dreadnought, and Furioso Dreadnought. A Ball Predator can move... when it starts at 11 wounds, it can move 6 to 11 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 3s, and has 3 attacks. 3 to 5 wounds remaining, it moves 6 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 4s, and D3 attacks. From 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 3 inches, Bliss skill hitting on 5s, and 1 attack. Its weapon skill is 6 up, strength 6, toughness 7, 11 wounds, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. This model may replace its twin assault cannon with Flamestorm cannon. This model may take 2 heavy bolters or 2 heavy flamers. Has overcharged engines. When it advances, roll 2 dice and pick the highest. When it explodes, units within 6 inches suffer D3 mortal wounds, and has smoke launchers. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Blood Angels. Keywords are Vehicle, Predator, and Ball Predator. The Flesh Terrors now. So that was the end of the Blood Angels specific units. The Flesh Terrors can bring Gabriel Seth. I like Flesh Terrors too. Seth can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and 3-up save. He's a single model armed with Blood Reaver, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. Abilities has They Shall Know No Fear. Lord of Slaughter, you can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Flesh Terror units within 6 inches of Gabriel Seth. Iron Halo gives him a 4-up invuln save. And Whirlwind of Gore, roll a d6 each time a friendly Flesh Terror unit finishes its move within 6 inches of Gabriel Seth. When it consolidates on a 6 of Gabriel Seth, this unit can immediately fight for a second and final time. So you can't keep chaining those fights together. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Flesh Terrors. Keywords are Infantry, Chapter Master, Character, and Gabriel Seth. Now getting into Dark Angels. So get into the rules. The abilities they have in They Shall Know No Fear. Unforgiven. This unit automatically passes morale tests. In addition, you can reroll failed hit rolls in the fight phase for this unit, and if it is targeting a fallen unit. So that automatically passing morale test is really big. They'll also have units that have Jink, given a 5 invuln save against all shooting attacks until the start of your next movement phase. So the units that can be in a Dark Angel chapter, from our regular Marine list from the first chunk of the review here, all the units that can be in a Dark Angels chapter are Apothecary, Assault Squad, Chaplain, Chaplain on a Bike, Company Master, use the Captain data sheets, Captain in Terminator Armor, Captain in Gravis Armor, Company Ancient, Company Champion, Company Veterans, Devastator Squad, Dreadnought, Drop Pod, Hellblaster Squad, Imperial Space Marine, Inceptor Squad, Intercessor Squad, Land Raider, Land Raider Crusader, Land Raider Excelsior, Land Raider Redeemer, Librarian, Librarian in Terminator Armor, Librarian on a Bike, Predator, Primaris, Ancient, Primaris, Lieutenants, Razorback, Rhino, Rhino Primaris, Scout Squad, Servitors, Tactical Squad, Tech Marine on a Bike, Venerable Dreadnought, Vindicator, Whirlwind. So they have the Interomancy discipline, which is actually pretty good. I've had a little look at this one before. Mindworm has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select an enemy unit within 12 inches of Psyker. That unit suffers a mortal wound and may be chosen to attack in the fight phase after all other eligible units have made their attacks. This unit may only be chosen after everyone else is gone. This effect lasts until the end of your turn. Aversion has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select an enemy unit within 24 inches of Psyker. Until your next Psychic phase, your opponent must subtract 1 from all hit rolls made for that unit. And Engulfing Fear has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, your opponent must roll 2 dice and discard the lowest when making morale tests for any unit that's within 6 inches of Psyker in the morale phase. So some Dark Angel specific units are Azrael. He can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength toughness 4, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and 2-up save. He's armed with a Sword of Secrets, Lion's Wrath, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades, and only 1 may be included in your army. He has Unforgiven as a Chapter Master, so you can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Dark Angels units within 6 inches of him. Supreme Tactician, if your army is Battleforged, you receive 1 additional command point if he's your Warlord. And Lion Helm. Azrael is accompanied by a Relic Bearer, who carries the Lion Helm, an artifact that generates a powerful force field. As a result, all friendly Dark Angel models within 6 inches of him have a 4-up invulnerable save. The Relic Bearer must always remain as close to Azrael as possible, but is otherwise ignored for all gaming purposes. Remove the Relic Bearer if Azrael is slain. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, and Azrael. Belial can move 5 inches, hits on 2s, strength toughness 4, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and 2-up save. He's a single model armed with a Sword of Silence and a Stormbolter. Only one of this model may be included in your army. Belial may replace his Stormbolter with the Sword of Silence and the Sword of Silence with 2 Lightning Claws or Thunderhammer Storm Shield. He is Unforgiven as Rites of Battle. You can reroll hit rolls of 1 for friendly Dark Angel within 6 inches of him. Grandmaster of the Deathwing. You can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Deathwing units within 6 inches of him. Storm Shield, a model equipped with a Storm Shield has a 3-up invuln save. A Parrying Blade. If Belial's armed with the Sword of Silence, your opponent must subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target him in the fight phase. It has an Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln save, and has Teleport Strike, so you can set him up in reserve, and he can jump in 9 inches away from any enemy models. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Grandmaster, Terminator, and Belial. We have Samael on Corvex. He moves 14 inches, hits on 2s, Strength 4, Toughness 6, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, Leadership 9, a 3-up save. He's armed with the Raven Sword, a bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades. His jet bike Corvex is equipped with a plasma cannon and twin storm bolter. Only one Samael may be included in your army. Has and they shall know no fear. Rites of battle for Dark Angels. Iron Halo giving a 4-up invuln. Grandmaster the Raven Wing, so you can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Raven Wing within 6 inches of him. And Swift Judgment. When this model advances, add 2d6 to its move characteristic for that movement phase instead of just rolling a dice. Samael in Sableclaw can move 16 inches, hitting on 2s, Strength 4, Toughness 6, 7 wounds, 5 attacks, Leadership 9, a 3-up save. Samael in Sableclaw is a single model armed with the Raven Sword. His Landspeeder Sableclaw is equipped with a twin assault cannon and twin heavy bolter. Only one Samael may be included in your army. Has and they shall know no fear. Rites of battle. Grandmaster of the Raven Wing. Sableclaw. Enemy units can target this model in the shooting phase, even if it is not the closest model, despite it being a character, because it's the character in a vehicle. Iron Halo for a 4-up invuln, and explodes. Units within 3 inches suffer a mortal wound. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Character, Vehicle, Grandmaster, Landspeeder, Fly, and Samael. Interrogator Chaplain can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s. Strength 4, Toughness 4, 5 wounds, Leadership 9, 3 attacks, and a 3-up save. It is a single model armed with a Crozius Arcana, bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades. This model may replace his bolt pistol with a bolt gun or an item from either the pistols, combi weapons, or melee weapons list. This model may take a Power Fist. This model may take a Jump Pack. If it does, its move character changes to 12, and it gains a Jump Pack and Fly keywords. It is Unforgiven. It has Rosarius for a 4-up invuln. As Litanies of Hate, you can reroll failed hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly Dark Angels units within 6 inches of it. As Aura of Dread, enemy units within 6 inches of this model subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic. As Spiritual Leaders, all friendly Dark Angels units within 6 inches of them can use leadership instead of their own. Jump Pack Assaults for deep striking in if they want. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chaplain, Interrogator Chaplain. Interrogator Chaplain in Terminator armor moves 5 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 6 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. He's a single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum and Stormbolter. This model may replace the Stormbolter with Lightning Claw, a Power Fist, or an item from either the Terminator combi weapons or Terminator melee weapons Wargear list. It has Unforgiven, Rosarius, Litanies of Hate, Aura of Dread, Spiritual Leader, and Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chaplain, Terminator, and Interrogator Chaplain. Interrogator Chaplain on a bike. It moves 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on a 2, bliss skill hitting on a 3, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 6 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Interrogator Chaplain on his bike is a single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum, bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades, and his bike is equipped with a twin bolt gun. This model may replace his bolt pistol with a bolt gun, or an item from either the pistols, combi weapon, or melee weapons list. This model may take a Power Fist. Is Unforgiven, Rosarius, Litanies of Hate, Spiritual Leader, and Aura of Dread. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, Deathwing. Keywords are Biker, Character, Chaplain, Interrogator Chaplain. Asmodai can move, we'll scroll down so we get his whole card here, can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Is a single model armed with the Blades of Reason, a Crozius Arcanum and a bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, and only one can be taken in your army. Has Unforgiven, Rosarius, Spiritual Leader, Aura of Dread, and is an Exemplar of Hate. You can reroll failed hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly Dark Angels units that are within 6 inches of Asmodai. In addition, increase the attack characteristic of friendly Dark Angels infantry and biker units by 1 while they are within 6 inches of it. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chaplain, and Asmodai. Ezekiel can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and 2-up save. Ezekiel is a single model armed with Trader's Bane. The deliver frag grenades and crack grenades, only one can be taken in your army. He has Unforgiven, Psychic Hood, Keeper of the Keys, so he has a 4-up invuln save, and Book of Salvation. Any friendly Dark Angels, Infantry, or Biker models within 6 of him that are slain in the fight subphase may pile in it and make a single close combat attack before being removed. Psyker, he is attempt to manifest 2 psychic powers and attempt to deny 2. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Librarian, Psyker, and Ezekiel. Deathwing Apothecary moves 5 inches, hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 2-up save. He's a single model armed with a Stormbolter. He is Unforgiven, has a Crux Terminatus for a 5-up invuln, Teleport Strike, has Teleport Strike and an Arthesium. At the end of your movement phase, if he's within 3 inches of any Dark Angels, Infantry, or Bikers that have a wounded model, they immediately heal 3 wounds. If they don't have any wounded models, but they are missing a model from original because it's been removed, one comes back with 1 wound within coherency of the unit. On a 4-up, he has to roll a 4-up to bring a model back. If he fails to remove a model, he can't do anything for the rest of the turn. The unit can only be the target of 1 Arthesium ability in each turn. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Apothecary, and Terminator. Deathwing Ancient can move 5 inches, hits on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 2-up save. Deathwing Ancient is a single model armed with a Power Fist and Stormbolter. Only one of this model can be included in your army. This model may replace his Power Fist and Stormbolter with 2 Lightning Claws or a Thunder Hammer and Storm Shield. This model may replace his Power Fist with a Chain Fist. It is an Unforgiven, Deathwing Company banner, so friendly Deathwing units have +1 attack while they're within 6 inches of any Death Company banners. As Crux Terminatus for a 5-up invuln, Storm Shield gives it a 3-up invuln, and has Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Ancient, and Terminator. A Deathwing Champion can move 5 inches, weapon skill hits on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, Strength and Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 2-up save. Deathwing Champion is a single model armed with a Halberd of Caliban. Only one of this model may be included in your army. It is an Unforgiven, it's in Terminator armor, has Teleport Strike, and has Honor and Death. You can reroll failed hit rolls for this model in the fight phase if it targets a character. In addition, the model must always perform a heroic intervention when possible. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, and Deathwing Champion. Our Deathwing Terminator Squad. So you Dark Angel players have been waiting for here. They move 5 inches, hit on 3s, Strength Toughness 4, 2 wounds. The Sergeant has 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. Regular Terminator has 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 2-up save. This unit contains 1 Sergeant and 4 Terminators, include up to 5 additional Terminators. Each Deathwing Terminator is armed with a Power Fist and Stormbolter. The Sergeant is armed with a Power Sword and Stormbolter. Any model may replace all of its weapons with 2 Lightning Claws, or a Thunder Hammer and Storm Shield. Any model may replace its Power Fist with a Chain Fist. For every 5 models in the squad, 1 Terminator may take a Plasma Cannon or an item from the Terminator Heavy Weapons list. This unit may be accompanied by a Watcher in the Dark. They are Unforgiven, have Terminator armor, Storm Shield, and Teleport Strike. Watcher in the Dark, once per game, if an enemy's psychic power affects a unit of Deathwing Terminators that is accompanied by a Watcher in the Dark, roll a dice. On a 3+, the power has no effect on this unit. All other targets are affected normally. Remove the Watcher in the Dark model from play after this roll has been made, whether successful or not. The Watcher in the Dark model must always remain as close to the unit as possible, but is otherwise ignored for all other gaming purposes. Remove the Watcher in the Dark if this unit is slain. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keywords are Infantry, Terminator, and Deathwing Terminator Squad. The Deathwing Knights can move 5 inches. Now, I don't know as far as points-wise. I know we looked at it a while ago. But as far as power points-wise, these guys cost the same. Movement is 5 inches. They hit on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 2 wounds. The Knight Master, so Sergeant-type character, has 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. The regular Knights have 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 2-up save. The unit contains 4 Knights and 1 Knight Master. It can include up to 5 additional Knights. Each Knight is armed with a Mace of Absolution and a Storm Shield. The Master is armed with a Flail of the Unforgiven and a Storm Shield. The unit may be accompanied by a Watcher in the Dark. They are Unforgiven, they have Storm Shield, Teleport Strike, and Watcher in the Dark. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Deathwing. Keyword are Infantry, Terminator, and Deathwing Knights. The Ravenwing Apothecary can move 14 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. It's a single model with a Corvus Hammer, a Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades. The Space Marine bike is equipped with a Plasma Talon. The model may replace this Plasma Talon with a Ravenwing Grenade Launcher. Has a No Fear, Turbo Boost, and Narthecium. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, Ravenwing. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Apothecary. The Ravenwing Ancient can move 14 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. The Ravenwing Ancient is a single model, armed with a Corvus Hammer, a Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades. His bike is equipped with a Plasma Talon. Only one of this model can be included in your army. This model may replace his Plasma Talon with a Ravenwing Grenade Launcher. Has No Fear and Jink, Sacred Standard, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Ancient. A Ravenwing Champion can move 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Ravenwing Champion is a single model armed with a Blade of Caliban, Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades. The bike is equipped with a Plasma Talon, and only one can be included in your army. It has No Fear and Jink, and Turbo Boost, and Honor or Death. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Ravenwing Champion. The Ravenwing Bike Squad is really blurry. Looks like it had 14-inch movement, probably hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5. The attack bike has 4 wounds. The regular bikes have 2 wounds. Attack bikes have 1 attack. Sergeant has 2. Regular bike has 1. The attack bike and regular bikes have Leadership 7 and a 3-up save. The Sergeant has Leadership 8 and a 3-up save. As far as what they're equipped with, it's pretty blurry, but it's going to be their basic Ravenwing Bike Squad. Bolt pistols and melee weapons. Bike squads should have twin bolt cannons, or twin bolt guns on them. Warrior options: any biker may replace his bolt pistol with a chainsword. The Ravenwing Sergeant may replace his bolt pistol with an item from the Sergeant equipment list. Up to 2 Ravenwing bikers may take an item from the special weapons list. The Ravenwing attack bike may replace its heavy bolter with a multi-melta. They have No Fear, Turbo Boost, and Combat Squad. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Bike and Ravenwing Squad. The Ravenwing Attack Bike Squad can move 14 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 4 wounds, 1 attack, Leadership 7, and a 3-up save. It contains 1 attack bike and can contain up to 2 more. Each is equipped with twin bolt gun and heavy bolter, and is... I can't quite make the rest of it. Has frag and crack grenades. Any model may replace its heavy bolter with a multi-melta, have No Fear, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Biker, Ravenwing, and Attack Bike Squad. Oh, they also have a Jink. Ravenwing Landspeeders can move 16 inches, hit on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 6 wounds, 2 attacks, Leadership 7, and a 3-up save. So it contains at least 1 land speeder. It can include up to 4 additional land speeders. Each is equipped with a heavy bolter. Any model may replace its bolter with a multi-melta or heavy flamer. Any model may take an assault cannon, a heavy flamer, a Typhoon missile launcher, a heavy bolter, or a multi-melta. They have No Fear, Anti-Grav Upwash, so as long as you have 3 or more models, they can move 20 inches instead of 16, and they have Explodes, each model within 3 inches suffering a mortal wound. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Vehicle, Land Speeders, Fly, Ravenwing, and Ravenwing Land Speeder. So the Ravenwing Dark Shroud can move 12 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 6, 9 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Ravenwing Dark Shroud is a single model equipped with a heavy bolter. This model may replace its heavy bolter with an assault cannon. It has Jink, Icon of Old Caliban. Your opponent must subtract 1 from any hit rolls made for shooting attacks that target friendly Dark Angels within 6 inches of this model. It has Explodes, units within D6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Vehicle, Landspeeder, Fly, and Ravenwing Darkshroud. The Nephilim Jetfighter is a flyer. Starts at 10 wounds, it can move 20 to 50 inches, bliss scale hitting on 3s. 3 to 5 wounds, it can move 20 to 35 inches, bliss scale hitting on 4s. 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 20 inches, bliss skill hitting on 5s. Weapon skill hits on 6s, strength and toughness 6, 10 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and 3 up save. A Nephilim Jetfighter is a single model equipped with an Avenger Mega Bolter, a Twin Heavy Bolter, and 2 Black Sword missile launchers. This model may replace its Avenger Mega Bolter with a Twin Las Cannon. It has Jink, Supersonic, so this model, first time it moves, it can pivot 90 degrees on the spot, and then the model moves straight forward. Note that it cannot pivot again after the initial pivot. When this model advances, increase its move characteristics by 20 inches to the end of the phase. Do not roll a die. It is hard to hit. Your opponents must subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target this model in the shooting phase. It has Strafing Run. You can add 1 to hit rolls for this model when targeting an enemy unit in the shooting phase that cannot fly. It has Crash and Burn, so units within 6 inches suffer D3 mortal wounds, and has Airborne. This model cannot charge, can only be charged by units that can fly, and can only attack or be attacked in the flight phase by units that can fly. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Vehicle, Fly, and Nephilim Jetfighter. The Ravenwing Dark Talon starts at 10 wounds. It can move 20 to 40 inches, bliss skill hitting on 3s, and has ability there, a Rift Vortex roll of 3, plus from 3 to 5 wounds remaining, it moves 20 to 30 inches, bliss skill hitting on 4s, and a Rift Vortex roll of 4 plus, and 1 to 2 wounds remaining, it moves 20 inches, bliss skill hitting on 5s, and a Rift Vortex roll of 5. It has Jink, Supersonic, Crash and Burn, units within 6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds, Airborne, Strafing Run, Hard to Hit, Hover Jet. Before this model moves in your movement phase, you can declare it will hover. Its move characteristic becomes 20 inches until the end of the phase, and it loses the Airborne, Hard to Hit, and Supersonic abilities until the beginning of your next movement phase. Stasis Bomb. Once per game, this unit can drop a Stasis Bomb as it flies over an enemy unit in its movement phase. After the Ravenwing Dark Talon has moved, pick one enemy unit that it flew over. Then roll a d6 for each model in the enemy unit, up to a maximum of 10 dice. For each roll of 4+, the target unit suffers a mortal wound. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Vehicle, Fly, and Ravenwing Dark Talon. The Ravenwing Black Knights can move 14 inches. They hit on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 2 wounds. The Hunt Master has 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. The Black Knights have 2 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. This unit contains 1 Hunt Master and 2 Black Knights. It can contain up to 2 additional Black Knights, or up to 7 additional Black Knights. Each model is armed with a Corvus Hammer, Bolt Pistol, Frag and Crack Grenades. Each space of their Space Marine bikes is equipped with a Plasma Talon. Wargear options. For every 3 models in the unit, the one Ravenwing Black Knight may replace his Plasma Talon with a Ravenwing Grenade Launcher. The Ravenwing Huntmaster may replace his Corvus Hammer with a Power Sword, Power Axe, Power Maul, or Power Lance. The Ravenwing Huntmaster may take Melt-A-Bombs. The abilities, it has, and they shall know no fear, and Jink, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Biker, Ravenwing, and Black Knights. The Ravenwing Landspeeder Vengeance can move 12 inches, hits on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 6, 9 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Ravenwing Landspeeder Vengeance is a single model equipped with a Heavy Bolter and a Plasma Storm Battery. This model may replace its Heavy Bolter with an Assault Cannon, has, and they shall know no fear, Jink, and explodes with units within D6 inches suffering D3 mortal wounds. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Dark Angels, and Ravenwing. Keywords are Vehicle, Landspeeder, Fly, Ravenwing Landspeeder Vengeance. And the Forces of Redemption, which I believe is our last Dark Angel model, starts at 30 wounds. From 21 to 30 wounds, it has Bliss Skill 5+. From 11 to 20 wounds, it has Bliss Skill 6+. And from 1 to 10, it has Bliss Skill 7+. It has no movement, no weapon skill, no strength. It has Toughness 10, 30 wounds, 0 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. A Fortress of Redemption is a single model equipped with a twin Icarus Las Cannon and a Redemption Missile Silo. Warrior options, this model may take up to 4 heavy bolters. It is immobile, so it cannot move. This model cannot move for any reason, nor can it fight in the fight phase. Enemy models automatically hit this model in the fight phase. Do not make hit rolls This model can shoot if there are any enemy models within 1 inch of it, and friendly units can still target enemy units that are within 1 inch of this model. Automated weapons. Unless a friendly unit is embarked inside the model, each of its weapons can only target the nearest visible enemy. If 2 units are equally close, you may choose which is targeted. Fire points. 15 models embarked in this model can shoot in their shooting phase, measuring and drawing line of sight from any point on this model. They can do this even if the enemy models are within 1 inch of it. Magazine explosion. If the model is reduced to 0 wounds, roll a d6 before moving from the battlefield and before any embarked models disembark. On a 6, its magazine explodes, and each unit within 2d6 suffers d6 mortal wounds. Designer's note. If you cannot physically remove this model from your battlefield when it is destroyed, because, for example, it is glued to the surface, then regardless of whether its magazine explodes or not, it is wrecked. From that point on, models can no longer embark inside it, it can no longer shoot, etc. Transport. This model can transport any number of infantry characters and one other infantry unit up to a maximum of 30 models. Designer's note, when you embark into a Fortress of Redemption, you may find it useful to place some of them on the battlements to remind you which units are inside the fortification. Faction keywords are unaligned. Unaligned because, your enemy can jump in it, you can jump in it, blah, blah. Keywords are building, vehicle, transport, and Fortress of Redemption. So moving on to Space Wolves. Thirsty work. The following ability is common in several Space Wolves units. They shall know no fear, and Space Wolves Chapter. So the following units can be taken in your Space Wolves army. These are the kind of vanilla Marines that can be taken. A Dreadnought, a Drop Pod, Hellblaster Squad, Imperial Space Marine, Inceptor Squad, Intercessor Squad, Land Raider Crusader, Land Raider Excelsior, Land Raider Redeemer, Land Speeders, Predator, Primaris Ancient, Primaris Lieutenants, Razorback, Rhino Primaris, Servitors, Venerable Dreadnought, Vindicator, Whirlwind, Wolflord, use the Captain or Captain and Gravis Armor datasheet, Wolflord and Terminator Armor, use the Captain and Terminator Armor datasheet, Wolflord on Bike, use the Captain on Bike datasheet. And transports can transport Wolfen. Each Wolfen takes the space of 2 other models. The Space Wolves Dreadnought Wargear. Space Wolves Dreadnoughts and Venerable Dreadnoughts wield a number of weapons that are unique to their chapter. Replace the Wargear options on their datasheets with the following. Instead of an assault cannon, this model can be equipped with a Hellfrost cannon or a weapon from the Dreadnought Heavy Weapons list. Instead of a Dreadnought combat weapon and a Stormbolter, this model can be equipped with a missile launcher or a twin autocannon. Instead of a Stormbolter, this model can be equipped with a Heavy Flamer. Instead of a Dreadnought combat weapon, this model can be equipped with a Great Wolfclaw. Add the following option and ability to the datasheet for Space Wolves Venerable Dreadnoughts. Instead of an Assault Cannon, Dreadnought combat weapons, and Stormbolter, this model can be equipped with a Fenrisian Great Axe and Blizzard Shield. Blizzard Shield gives a model 3-up invuln save. The Tempestus Discipline, so the Space Wolf Psychic Discipline, has Stormcaller. Stormcaller has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, then until the end of your next psychic phase, the Psyker and any friendly Space Wolves unit within 6 inches of him gave the benefit of being in cover. Tempest's Wrath has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, pick an enemy unit within 18 inches of the Psyker. Your opponent must subtract 1 from any hit rolls they make for that unit until the start of your next psychic phase. Jaws of the World Wolf has a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, pick an enemy within 18 inches of the Psyker other than a vehicle. Roll 2d6 and subtract the target's move characteristic. The target suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to its result. Wargear. So these are additions you can make. The profiles for the items in these lines can be found in the appendix. Many of the items you'll find on the following pages reference one or more of the following Wargear lists. When this is the case, you may take any items from the appropriate list below. So Space Wolf combi weapons include Stormbolter, Combi Plasma, Combi Flamer, Combi Meltas. Space Wolf melee weapons include Chainsword, Frost Axe, Frost Sword, Lightning Claw, Power Axe, Power Fist, Power Maul, Power Sword, Thunder Hammer, and Wolf Claw. Space Wolf special weapons include Flamer, Plasma Gun, and Melting Gun. Space Wolf heavy weapons include Heavy Bolter, Las Cannon, Missile Launcher, Multi-Melted Plasma Cannon. Space Wolf Terminator melee weapons include Chain Fist, Frost Axe, Frost Sword, Lightning Claw, Power Axe, Power Fist, Power Maul, Power Sword, Thunder Hammer, and Wolf Claw. So get right down to business here with Logan Grimnar. He can move 8 inches? Either 5 inches or 8 inches. Hits on 2, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 7 wounds, Leadership 5 attacks, leadership 9, and 2-up save. Single model armed with the Axe Morkai and a Stormbolter. Your army can only include 1. He has an initial no fear. Chapter Master. You can reroll failed hit rolls for friendly Space Wolves units within 6 inches of him. High King of Fenris. You do not need to take morale tests for friendly Wolfguard units within 6 inches of him. Belt of Russ. Logan Grimnar has a 4-up invuln save. Teleport Strike. So you can set him up in reserves. At the end of the movement phase, he can teleport strike to arrive on the battlefield. Set him up anywhere on the battlefield more than 9 inches away from an enemy model. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Chapter Master, Terminator, Wolflord, and Logan Grimnar. Logan Grimnar on Storm Rider has a damage table. He starts at 12 wounds, and from 7 to 12 wounds can move 10 inches and gets 6 additional attacks. From 4 to 6 wounds, moves 7 inches and gets 5 additional attacks. From 1 to 3 wounds, he moves 4 inches and gets 4 additional attacks. This weapon skill and skill hit on 2s, strength 4, toughness 6, 12 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and 3-up save. It's a single model. Logan rides a top Storm Rider and is armed with the Axe Morkai and a Stormbolter. Storm Rider is drawn into battle by the High King's trusty Thunderwolves, Tyric and Fenrir. So it's just a little blurry there for me. Who attack with a flurry of teeth and claws. Your army can only include 1 of this model. So abilities, and they shall know no fear. Chapter Master, High King of Fenris, Belt of Russ, and 1 there. You can re-roll failed charge rolls for this unit. Keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Vehicle, Chapter Master, Storm Rider, Wolflord, and Logan Grimnar. Wolflord on a Thunderwolf can move 10 inches, hits on 2s, strength 4, toughness 5, 7 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. A Wolflord on a Thunderwolf is a single model, armed with a chainsword, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. He rides atop a Thunderwolf who attacks with crushing teeth and claws. So crushing teeth and claws, same thing for Fenrir there too. Are strength 5, AP -1, and 1 damage. After a model on this mount attacks his close combat attacks, you can attack with this mount, make 3 additional attacks using this weapon's profile. For Logan Grimnar and Storm Rider, make the additional attacks according to the damage table. Abilities are, and they shall know no fear. Jarl of Fenris, you can reroll hit rolls of 1 for friendly space within 6 inches of the Wolflord. Belt of Russ, giving a 4-up invuln. A Storm Shield gives him a 3-up invuln. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Cavalry, Character, Thunderwolf, and Wolflord. We have Ragnar Blackmane. He can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, a 3-up save. Ulfgear and Svangir can move 12 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, both skill hitting on 7s, strength and toughness 4, 1 wound each, 3 attacks each, leadership 4, and a 6-up save. He's a single model armed with Frostfang, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. Only one of this model may be in your army. Ragnar's unit may include his 2 loyal Fenrisian wolves, Svangir and Ulfgear. Svangir and Ulfgear attack with their teeth and claws. Abilities are, they shall know no fear, Belt of Russ, Jarl of Fenris, and Warhowl. Warhowl, you can reroll failed charge rolls for friendly space within 6 inches of him. Insane Bravado. Ragnar Blackmane can perform a heroic intervention if he is within 6 inches of an enemy unit instead of only 3. If he does so, he can move 6 inches rather than 3. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Wolflord, and Ragnar Blackmane. Crom Dragon Gaze can move 6 inches, hitting on 2s, strength toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model armed with Wormclaw, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. Has National No Fear, Jarl of Fenris, Belt of Russ, and the Fierce Eye. Enemies that are within 3 inches of Crom Dragonborn at the start of the morale phase must reduce the leadership by 1 for the duration of the phase. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Wolflord, and Crom Dragon Gaze. Herald Deathwolf can move 10 inches, hitting on 2s, strength 4, toughness 5, 7 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model armed with Glacius, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. He rides to battle atop his Thunderwolf Cracktooth, looks like. Yeah, from looks of it says Cracktooth, who attacks with crushing teeth and claws. Only one of this model may be included in your army. Cracktooth makes 3 additional attacks with teeth and claws. Abilities are, and they shall know no fear, Storm Shield. Jarl of Fenris has Expert Hunter. During the deployment, you can set him up ready to outflank his prey instead of placing him on the battlefield. At the end of your movement phase, At the end of any of your movement phases, he can join the battle. Set him up so that he is within 12 inches of any battlefield edge of your choice and more than 9 inches from any enemy model. He is Lord of the Wolfkin. So all friendly Thunderwolf units and friendly units of Fenrisian Wolves or Cyber Wolves within 6 inches in the morale phase can use Herald Deathwolf's leadership instead of their own. His Mantle of the Troll King. Add 1 to any saving throws you make for Herald Deathwolf against shooting attacks. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Cavalry, Character, Thunderwolf, Wolflord, and Herald Deathwolf. We have Canis Wolfborn. Can move 10 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 5s. Strength 4, Toughness 5, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A single model armed with 2 wolf claws, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. He rides battle atop Thunderwolf Fengir, who attacks with crushing claws and teeth. Only 1 can be taken in your army. Fengir's gets 3 attacks with his teeth and claws. Abilities are They Shall Know No Fear, and Born of the Wolves. You can make 1 additional teeth and claws or crushing teeth and claws attack in the fight phase for all friendly models and Thunderwolf, Fenrisian Wolves, or Cyber Wolves units that are within 6 inches of him. At the start of the phase, Alpha Predator, you can reroll failed charge rolls for Canis Wolfborn. Champion of the Death Wolves, you can reroll wound rolls of 1 for friendly Space Wolf units that are within 6 inches of him. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Cavalry, Character, Thunderwolf, Wolfguard, and Canis Wolfborn. A Rune Priest can move 6 inches. Weapon skill hitting on 2s, Bliss skill hitting on 3s. Strength 4, Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He is a single model armed with a runic axe, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. He may take a psychic hood, may take a runic armor, may replace its runic axe with a runic stave or runic sword, may replace its bolt pistol with a plasma pistol or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list, may take a jump pack. If it does, increase its movement characteristic to 12, and it gains jump pack and fly. Has They Shall Know No Fear. Runic armor gives it a 5-up invuln save. Has a psychic hood, letting it add 1 to any Deny the Witch tests you make for models equipped with a psychic hood against an enemy psyker within 12 inches. Has jump pack assault as well, so you can deploy them in reserve and bring them in at the end of your movement phase 9 inches away from any enemy model. Psyker, this model can attempt to manifest 2 psychic powers and attempt to deny 1. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Psyker, and Rune Priest. Rune Priest in Terminator armor can move 5 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, 4 strength and toughness, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2-up save. It is a single model armed with a runic axe and stormbolter. This model may take a psychic hood, this model may take runic armor, this model may replace its runic axe with a runic stave or a runic sword, this model may replace its stormbolter with an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. They have They Shall Know No Fear, Psychic Hood, Crux Terminatus, giving it a 5-up invuln save, Runic Terminator Armor, giving it a 4-up invuln save, Teleport Strike. He is a Psyker and can attempt to manifest 2 and deny 1 power. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, Psyker, and Rune Priest. Rune Priest on a bike can move 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, Strength 4, Toughness 5, 5 wounds, Leadership 9, 3 attacks, and a 3-up save. Is a single model armed with a runic axe, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades, and the bike is equipped with twin bolt gun. This model may take a psychic hood, this model may take runic armor. This model may replace its runic axe with a runic stave or a runic sword. This model may replace its bolt gun with a plasma pistol or an item from the Space Wolf combi weapons list. Has They Shall Know No Fear, Psychic Hood, Runic Armor, and Turbo Boost, adding 6 inches to its move when it advances rather than rolling a dice. Psyker can attempt to manifest 2 and deny 1 power. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Biker, Character, Psyker, and Rune Priest. Njal Stormcaller. It can move 6 inches, so hits on 2s, Strength Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 2-up save. The single model, armed with the Staff of the Stormcaller, a bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades, is accompanied by his Cyber Raven, Nightwing. Your army can only include 1. Abilities are They Shall Know No Fear, Lord of the Tempests. You can add 1 to any psychic tests you make for him. Has a Psychic Hood, Runic Armor, and Staff of the Stormcaller. You can reroll 1 failed Deny the Witch test for Njal Stormcaller in each of your opponent's psychic phases. He is a Psyker, can attempt to manifest 2 and attempt to deny 2 powers. He knows Smite and 3 powers from the Tempestus discipline. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Rune Priest, Psyker, and Njal Stormcaller. Njal Stormcaller in Runic Terminator armor moves 5 inches, hits on 2s, Strength Toughness 4, 6 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and 2-up save. As a single model armed with the Staff of the Stormcaller and Bolt Pistol, he's accompanied by Nightwing, and he can only include 1. Has a Nation No Fear, Lord of the Tempest, Psychic Hood, Terminator armor giving a 4-up save. Njal the Stormcaller, you can reroll 1 Deny the Witch roll, and has Teleport Strike. It can attempt to deny 2 and cast 2 powers, and he knows 3 powers plus Smite. His faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Rune Priest, Terminator, Psyker, and Njal Stormcaller. A Wolf Priest can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s. Strength 4, Toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, Leadership 9, and a 3-up save. As a single model equipped with a Crozius Arcanum, Bolt Pistol, Frag, and Crack Grenades, it may replace his Bolt Pistol with a Plasma Pistol or an item from the Space Wolf combi weapon list. This model may take a Jump Pack. If you do, change its movement to 12 inches and it gains Jump Pack and Fly. Has Nation No Fear, Jump Pack Assault, Oath of War. You're saying you can re-roll hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly Space Wolf units within 6 inches of it. As Spiritual Leader, all friendly Space Wolf units within 6 inches of it use his morale for leadership instead of their own. Has Wolf Amulet, giving him a 4-up invuln save. Has Healing Balms. At the end of your movement phase, Wolf Priest can attempt to heal a single model. To do so, select a Space Wolf, Infantry, Biker, or Cavalry unit within 3 inches of him. If that unit contains a wounded model, it is healed and immediately regains D3 lost wounds. Unit can only be the target of healing bombs once in each turn, so you can heal a model but you can't bring any back. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Wolf Priest. Wolf Priest in Terminator armor can move 5 inches, weapon skill 2-up, bliss skill 3-up, strength 4, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and 2-up save. A single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum and Stormbolter can replace its Stormbolter with an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. Has Nation No Fear, Teleport Strike, Oath of War, Healing Balms, Wolf Amulet, and Spiritual Leader. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, and Wolf Priest. A Wolf Priest on a bike can move 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. A Wolf Priest on a bike is a single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum, Bolt Pistol, Frag, and Crack Grenades. Rides into battle on a Space Marine bike equipped with a twin bolt gun. This model may replace its Bolt Pistol with a Plasma Pistol or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. Abilities: has Nation No Fear, Oath of War, Spiritual Leader, Wolf Amulet, Turbo Boost, and Healing Balms. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Space Wolves. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Wolf Priest. Ulrich the Slayer can move 6 inches, hits on 2s, strength toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. Ulrich the Slayer is a single model armed with a Crozius Arcanum, Plasma Pistol, Frag Grenades, and Crack Grenades, and you can only include 1 in your army. He has Nation No Fear, Healing Balms, Wolf Amulet, Slayer's Oath. You can reroll failed hit rolls in the fight phase for friendly Space Wolves within 6 inches of this model. If Ulrich the Slayer kills an enemy character or a monster, then for the rest of the battle, you can add 1 to any wound rolls you make in the fight phase for any friendly Space Wolf units within 6 inches of him. Wolf Helm of Russ, all friendly Space Wolf units within 9 inches of Ulrich the Slayer in the morale phase can use his leadership instead of their own. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Wolf Priest, and Ulrich the Slayer. So we have our Wolfguard Battle Leader. It can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Wolfguard Battle Leader is a single model equipped with a chainsword, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. Wargear options. This model may replace its chainsword with an item from the Space Wolves melee weapon list. This model may replace its bolt pistol with a bolt gun, plasma pistol, storm shield, or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons or Space Wolves melee weapons list. This model may take a jump pack. If it does, change its movement to 12 inch and it gains jump and fly. It has a Nation No Fear, Storm Shield, Huskarl to the Jarl. You can reroll wound rolls of 1 for friendly Space Wolves within 6 inches of it. It has Jump Pack Assault. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Wolfguard, and Battle Leader. A Wolfguard Battle Leader on a bike can move 14 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. As a single model armed with a chainsword, bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades, rides into battle on a bike equipped with a twin bolt gun. This model may replace his chainsword with an item from the Space Wolf melee weapon list. Model may replace his bolt pistol with a bolt gun, plasma pistol, storm shield, or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons or Space Wolves melee weapons list. Has They Shall Know No Fear, Huskarl to the Jarl, Storm Shield, and Turbo Boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Space Wolves. Keywords are Biker, Character, Wolfguard, and Battle Leader. Wolfguard Battle Leader in Terminator armor has 5-inch movement, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. A Wolfguard Battle Leader in Terminator armor is a single model armed with a power sword and Stormbolter. Warrior options. This model may replace its power sword with an item from the Space Wolves melee weapon list. This model may replace its Stormbolter with a Storm Shield or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons or Space Wolves melee weapons list. Has They Shall Know No Fear, has a Crux Terminatus, has a 5-up invuln save, has Huskarl to the Jarl, Storm Shield, and Teleport Strike. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, Terminator, Wolfguard, and Battle Leader. A Wolfguard Battle Leader on a Thunderwolf can move 10 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Wolfguard Battle Leader on a Thunderwolf is a single model armed with a chainsword, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. He rides into battle on a Thunderwolf, which attacks with crushing teeth and claws. It can make Thunderwolf can make 3 additional attacks with its crushing teeth and claws. Warrior options. This model may replace its chainsword with an item from the Space Wolf melee weapon list. This model may replace its bolt pistol with a bolt gun, plasma pistol, storm shield, or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons or Space Wolves melee weapons list. Abilities are And They Shall Know No Fear, has a storm shield, and Huskarl to the Jarl. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Cavalry, Character, Thunderwolf, Wolfguard, and Battle Leader. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, one of the really cool characters I like from the Space Wolves, can move 8 inches, hits on 2s, strength 7, toughness 8, 8 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3-up save. He's a single model armed with True Claw, an assault cannon, heavy flamer, and you can only bring 1 in your army. Bjorn the Fell-Handed may replace his assault cannon with a Hellfrost cannon, heavy plasma cannon, or twin las cannon. Has And They Shall Know No Fear, Ancient Tactician. If your army is Battleforged, you receive 1 additional command point if it includes Bjorn the Fell-Handed. Last of the Company of Russ. You can reroll hit rolls for 1 for friendly Space Wolf units that are within 6 inches of Bjorn the Fell-Handed. Legendary Tenacity. Roll a d6 each time he suffers he loses a wound. On a 5-up, I believe that says, that wound is not lost. Smoke launchers. Instead of shooting a weapon, you can deploy smoke launchers, and your opponent has to subtract 1 from any hit rolls for ranged weapons that target Bjorn the Fell-Handed until your next turn. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Vehicle, Dreadnought, and Bjorn the Fell-Handed. They are Blood Claws. So we're going to go this as much as we can. So the regular Blood Claw can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, bliss skill hitting on 4s, strength 4, toughness 4, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. A Blood Claw Pack Leader moves 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 3s, bliss skill hitting on 4s, strength 4, toughness 4, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. Wolfguard Pack Leader can move 6 inches, bliss skill and weapon skill both hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor moves 5 inches, hits on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. This unit contains 1 Blood Claw Pack Leader and 4 Blood Claws. It can include up to 5 additional Blood Claws, or up to 10 additional Blood Claws. It can also include either a Wolfguard Pack Leader or a Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor. The Blood Claw Pack Leader, and Wolfguard Pack Leader are each armed with a chainsword, bolt pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades. A Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor is armed with a power sword and Stormbolter. Warrior options. 1 Blood Claw may replace his chainsword with an item from the Space Wolf special weapons list. If the unit includes 15 models, 1 additional Blood Claw may also do this. 1 Blood Claw may replace his bolt pistol with a plasma pistol. The Blood Claw Pack Leader may replace his chainsword with a power sword, power axe, or power fist. The Wolfguard Pack Leader may replace his chainsword with an item from the Space Wolves melee weapons list. He may also replace his bolt pistol with a plasma pistol or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. The Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor may replace his Power Sword with an item from the Space Wolf Terminator melee weapons list. He may also replace his Stormbolter with a Storm Shield or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. Their abilities are, and they shall know no fear, Berserk Charge. On a turn in which they make a successful charge, you can make one additional attack in the fight phase with all models in this unit. Storm Shield given with 3-up invuln, Headstrong, unless this unit contains a Wolfguard Pack Leader or Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor, or is within 6 inches of a friendly Wolfguard. It must declare a charge in its charge phase if it is possible to do so. Crux Terminatus, Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor, has a 5-up invuln save. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Infantry and Bloodclaws. Lucas the Trickster can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 4 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. Lucas the Trickster is a single model armed with the Claw of the Jackal Wolf, a plasma pistol, frag grenades, and crack grenades, and you can only take 1 in your army. He has, and they shall know no fear, Bloodclaws Hero. You can add 1 to hit rolls you make for friendly Bloodclaws units within 6 inches of Lucas the Trickster. Master of Mischief, subtract 1 from the leadership of all units, friend or foe, within 3 inches of Lucas the Trickster at the start of the morale phase for the duration of the phase. Last laugh, if Lucas the Trickster is slain in the fight phase, both players roll a dice, re-rolling ties. If you roll lowest, nothing happens. If you roll highest, the unit that landed the blow immediately suffers d6 mortal wounds. Pelt of the Doppelgangrel. Your opponent must subtract 1 from any hit rolls for attacks that target Lucas the Trickster in the fight phase. Keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Those are faction keywords. Its keywords are Character, Infantry, Bloodclaws, and Lucas the Trickster. Grey Hunters. Ooh, need a stretch. Grey Hunters. The regular Grey Hunter can move 6 inches, hits on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. A Pack Leader moves 6 inches, hits on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3-up save. A Wolfguard Pack Leader moves 6 inches, hits on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3-up save. A Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor can move 5 inches, hits on 3s, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. This unit contains 1 Grey Hunter Pack Leader and 4 Grey Hunters. It can include up to 5 additional Grey Hunters. It can also include either a Wolfguard Pack Leader or a Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor. The Grey Hunters and Grey Hunter Pack Leader are each armed with a bolt gun, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. A Wolfguard Pack Leader is armed with a chainsword, bolt pistol, frag, and crack grenades. A Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor is armed with a power sword and stormbolter. Wargear options. Any Grey Hunter may take a chainsword. 1 Grey Hunter may take a wolf standard. For each 5 models in the unit, 1 Grey Hunter may replace its bolt gun with an item from the Space Wolves special weapons list. 1 Grey Hunter may replace his bolt pistol with a plasma pistol. The Grey Hunter Pack Leader may take a chainsword, power axe, power fist, or power sword. The Wolfguard Pack Leader may replace his chainsword with an item from the Space Wolves melee weapons list. He may also replace his bolt pistol with a plasma pistol or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. The Wolfguard Pack Leader in Terminator armor may replace his power sword with an item from the Space Wolves Terminator melee list. He may also replace his Stormbolter with a Storm Shield or an item from the Space Wolves combi weapons list. Abilities are and they shall have no fear. Crux Terminatus for a 5-up invuln. Storm Shield gives him a 3-up invuln. Wolf Standard, you can reroll any dice rolls of 1 when making an advance or charge move for a unit that has a Wolf Standard. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Infantry and Grey Hunters. An Iron Priest can move 6 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, bliss skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 4, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2-up save. An Iron Priest is a single model armed with a Thunderhammer, bolt gun, servo arm, frag, and crack grenades. This model may replace its Thunderhammer with a Tempest Hammer. This model may replace its bolt gun with a bolt pistol or Hellfrost pistol. Has and they shall know no fear, and Battlesmith. Battlesmith says, at the end of your movement phase, this model can repair a single Space Wolves vehicle, when within 1 inch of him. This model immediately regains D3 wounds lost earlier in battle. A model can only be targeted once per turn by this repair ability. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Character, Infantry, and Iron Priest. Iron Priest on a bike. can move 14 inches, has 2 up weapon skill, 3 up list skill, strength 4, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2 up save. An Iron Priest on a bike is a single model armed with a thunder hammer, bolt gun, servo arm, frag and crack grenades, rides on a bike equipped with a twin bolt gun. He can replace his thunder hammer with a tempest hammer, and may replace his his bolt gun with a bolt pistol or a hellfrost pistol. Has an initial no fear, battlesmith, and turbo boost. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Biker, Character, and Iron Priest. An Iron Priest on a Thunderwolf can move 10 inches, weapon skill hitting on 2s, plus skill hitting on 3s, strength 4, toughness 5, 6 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2 up save. An Iron Priest on a Thunderwolf is a single model armed with a thunder hammer, bolt gun, servo arm, frag grenades, and crack grenades. His Thunderwolf attacks with its crushing teeth and claws, and the Thunderwolf makes an additional 3 attacks. Wargear options. A small may replace its thunder hammer with a tempest hammer, and it may replace its bolt gun with a bolt pistol or hellfrost pistol. Has an initial no fear and battlesmith. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Cavalry, Character, Thunderwolf, and Iron Priest. So Cyber Wolves can move 10 inches, have weapon skill hitting on 3+, strength 4, toughness 4, 2 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 4, and a 4 up save. This unit contains 1 Cyber Wolf. It can include up to 4 additional Cyber Wolves. Each is armed with teeth and claws. They're strength user, so 4, AP -1, and 1 damage. Abilities are Swift Hunter. You can reroll failed charge rolls for this unit. Faction keywords are Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, and Space Wolves. Keywords are Beast and Cyber Wolves. So we have Wolf Scouts. A Wolf Scout can move 6 inches, hit on 3s, strength toughness 4,